Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
that's a subject out the vehicle,
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a failed personal injury claimant kicks off.
I think he was a little upset with the way in which I cross-examined him, and as I left the court building, I found him following me down the street.
A jailbird fails with a performance that falls flat.
The incident was so obviously staged. If there was a scale of 1 to 10 as an actor, he'd be at the very bottom of this scale.
And a drunken driver gets smashed.
He appeared drunk and then began to get quite aggressive.
And then he proceeded to punch the policeman.
The UK is host to an estimated 5 million CCTV cameras, meaning the country has one of the highest rates of cameras per person in the world. And they're one of the most powerful weapons in the insurer's armoury when it comes to shooting down fraudulent claims. CCTV was to prove vital in the case of a motor insurance claim that was presented to insurers LV and investigated by Claire Lunn.
The claimant alleged that our insured had reversed back into his parked vehicle at such a force that it threw him forwards and backwards in his vehicle. Whilst our insured admitted that they had reversed back into the vehicle, they said that the vehicles had literally touched.
Colin Bushell of LV Solicitors, DWF, also worked on the case.
There were no injuries to the driver of the fault vehicle, as it were, but the claimant, who went on to make a claim for personal injury, had various alleged losses. So there was an injury claim, there was a claim for care and assistance, he claimed for damage to his vehicle, which he alleged had been written off, and there were other minor losses that he alleged, miscellaneous expenses, care and physio and things like that. So at the outset, the driver is suggesting that he's thrown around inside the car and as a result he suffers what people would know as a whiplash type injury. He suggested that he required help getting dressed or washing his hair, and that was provided by his partner. He also suggests that he couldn't play football or golf, which he said he did 2 or 3 times a week. He also says that the collision caused damage to his car, which wrote it off, which is something that we had to look at. He put forward a claim in the region of £5,000. So if he were to succeed on everything that he was asking for, that's what the insurance company would have expected to pay out.
You'd expect the driver's cost to be in the same region, wouldn't you?
The total cost of the claim to our insurance vehicle came to a minor £65.62.
Hang on. £5,000 on one side versus £65.62 on the other. That's a whacking great difference of £4,934.38. Something wasn't adding up, so the insurers went back to their driver to get her side of the story.
She immediately said that this isn't right. He didn't tell me at the scene he was injured. He's certainly describing a collision which I can't describe myself. It was very low speed as far as she was concerned, and she didn't agree at all that this individual could have been injured. So yes, she was surprised and quite angry at the thought that a claim could have been made.
Someone wasn't telling the truth. But one thing that never lies is the camera. CCTV allowed the insurers to find out what had really happened.
So we were quite lucky in this instance because the lady actually worked in the building adjacent to where the accident happened, which happened to have CCTV cameras outside. So she made initial inquiries and advised us that footage was available, which formed part of our initial assessment of the claim. We were able to look at those images and assess what she was saying and what the claimant was saying, which was exceptionally helpful.
You can see the woman getting into her car. Now brace yourselves as you're about to witness a really nasty crash. Nope, you haven't missed it. That was it.
So the footage quite clearly shows that this is a very gentle impact. It's a kiss between the two vehicles, and I can see quite clearly here, you just about make out that the claimant's vehicle rocks. Nothing more, really. You certainly don't see him get thrown around, as he suggests, happened to him, and almost immediately he's out of the vehicle, walking around looking between the cars to say or examine what potential damage may have been caused as a result of this very small collision. It's almost as if he's rubbing off dirt from the front of the bumper, to be honest with you. You certainly wouldn't say that he suffered a gross injury. He certainly doesn't look like he was thrown around and needed help to get out of the car, as he suggested. There's certainly nobody helping him get out of the car. So when I first saw this footage, I thought it was incredible what this gentleman was saying. I didn't believe at all that he could have suffered the injuries he'd alleged.
The footage was then forwarded to the other party with the expectation that the claim would be dropped, but they couldn't have been more wrong.
Well, the claimant, or the face of the claimant, his representatives, were very dismissive of the footage, which surprised us. We expected them to pretty much hold their hands up and say, OK, well, we think we've been rumbled, we'll walk away from this. The footage was treated in almost a blasé way, to be honest with you, and the claimant said, no, I'll basically see you at trial, let's go.
Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, the claimant had the nerve to take the case all the way. The insurers appointed an experienced barrister, Mark Roberts, to represent them at court.
Oh, my initial thoughts when I got the case were that it was an interesting case. Lots of difficulties in the evidence from the claimant's perspective, lots for me to have a go at, and the CCTV footage was a real bonus. Oh, in my opinion, it was undoubtedly grossly exaggerated. I'd probably go as far as to say that the claim for injury was entirely made up. It seemed to me wholly unreasonable to suggest that anybody could be injured in circumstances such as this.
When the case reached trial, the claimant took to the stand, and then perhaps wished he hadn't.
When I cross-examined, it was the best fun I'd had for some time. He was an aggressive witness, he was a difficult witness, he refused to answer questions, things had to be put to him in very different ways. He pretended to fail to understand questions that were very basic ones that were put to him, so it was a bit of fun.
Despite the CCTV evidence stacked against him, the claimant had the cheek to keep to his story.
He tells the court that he's thrown about by the impact, which he's not, but he's quite happily leaping out of the car and looking at the front of the car and showing no signs of injury whatsoever.
There could be only one outcome.
He lost, fairly and squarely, and the judge simply didn't accept anything that he'd said, and I think I would have been astounded had any judge accepted anything that he put forward as honest, frankly.
One person who didn't agree was the claimant himself. He later attempted to confront the man who had exposed his lies.
I think he was a little upset with the way in which I'd cross-examined him, and as I left the court building, I found him following me down the street. It had to be pointed out to him that following me down the street potentially wasn't a good idea from his perspective. Told him very politely to go away, if I can put it that way.
The claimant made the first sensible decision of the case and backed down.
Sadly, this is another example of a genuine minor accident being turned into a money-making opportunity.
Ultimately, if we make payments on these types of claims, it affects you as a consumer, as an insurer, or an insured, I should say, and a driver, because it goes to your premiums, and you end up paying the bill for this.
Still to come, a would-be fraudster tries to blame his crime on the postal service.
The customer was claiming that the ring was in the packet when he posted it and therefore has been stolen by a member of Royal Mail.
And what happens when one of these...
That will be mine one day.
...meets one of these... and one of these.
Oh! Oh!
Fraudulent insurance claims are a constant pain for the industry. With a total of 119,000 fake cases in a recent 12-month period, the problem is in danger of becoming endemic. One man used to dealing with the sharp end of personal injury claims is health and safety manager Colin Wells. His workplace provides more challenges than most. The Category B Dovegate prison in Staffordshire, one step down from maximum security. The prison authorities are regularly hit with personal injury claims, and the case involving an inmate by the name of Mr. DeLissa was no different.
The claim that was received from Mr. DeLissa's solicitor was that he was walking on the landing after emptying his bin. There was some water that had accumulated on the floor, and he actually slipped into the water, and as he was trying to get up, carried on slipping, resulting in injuries to his right tendon and to his back, which required further physiotherapy.
The injuries the prisoner suffered had potentially long-term implications and could have resulted in a hefty compensation payout. It's Colin's job to make sure the cons aren't attempting a con.
Part of my role as health and safety manager is to robustly look into each accident and incident. Part of that information that I will gather together is the CCTV footage. I'll get the accident report, any of the reports that go with it, any interviews that we'll have to do off staff, and then this will be the package that I'll put together and wait for any further claim that from a solicitor's going to come in.
As a matter of course, Colin also checked footage from the prison's understandably extensive network of CCTV cameras, and it soon became clear that there was something fishy about this watery accident.
The CCTV footage shows that Mr. DeLissa, walking along the landing after emptying his bin, he notices the water actually on the floor. He points to the water on the floor, and then he gesticulates to a fellow prisoner across the landing with his eyes, saying, "Look at me," and then points to the floor again. Mr. DeLissa then carries on to complete his fall actually onto the floor. The incident was so obviously staged. If there was a scale of 1 to 10 of how the accident took place as an actor, he'd be at the very bottom of this scale. It's that obvious.
So no Oscar on its way then. Apart from the criminally bad acting, the involvement of another prisoner also gave the game away.
It makes it a lot easier for when he's trying to put a claim in to have two people stating the same thing.
Despite his best efforts, the prisoner fell down on the basics, failing to realise that a prison is possibly the worst place to commit a crime, what with all the prison officers and cameras everywhere.
I think prisoners do get complacent. They must know that the cameras are there, but because they're totally surrounded by them all the time, they seem to forget that the cameras are watching them. There was only one reason for him to do this, and that was for fraud and to get financial gain out of HMP Dovegate.
Needless to say, the claim was dead in the water, but Colin wasn't prepared to leave the matter there.
I then took out a separate prosecution with Staffordshire Police to go against Mr. DeLissa. The reason I pursued this prosecution against Mr. DeLissa was not only because we received a letter of claim from him for his own financial reward, but because it was so obvious by the CCTV footage that he'd actually slipped on purpose.
Since the evidence was all caught on camera, it was a foregone conclusion.
The outcome of this particular claim was Mr. DeLissa received an additional 8 weeks, 56 days actually onto his sentence, which he completed.
Although his original sentence and the reason why he was in prison to start with was quashed, the prison authorities took a tough stance when it came to his attempted fraud.
It's a message that we do want to take out, that we don't take this lightly.
Quite the contrary. The claimant felt the heavy hand of the law again. The popularity of online shopping means it's a multi-billion-pound business. But there's nothing more annoying than ordering something over the internet and then having to send it back if it isn't right. That's where the Royal Mail comes in. They pride themselves on going the extra mile to ensure items are delivered and returned safely. So when something goes wrong, it's a big deal. When an online shopper got in touch to report that an item they'd returned by post to an internet jewellery retailer had never arrived, the Royal Mail's Diane Matthews looked into it.
The customer had returned an item that they purchased online, which was an engagement ring for £1,900. And when the package was opened back at the jeweller's, it was found that the ring and the box were not inside the packaging. The customer was claiming that the ring was in the packet when he posted it and therefore has been stolen by a member of Royal Mail.
The company takes such an accusation very seriously and immediately launched an investigation. The customer was asked to fill in a claim report and provide the team with proof of postage.
Royal Mail received the claim from the customer and it was forwarded to the investigation team. And when we looked at it and we looked at the paperwork that was associated with the claim, then the posting receipt was looked at and it was noticed that the weight of the item was on there.
The weight corresponded to the weight of the package containing the ring and the box when the customer took it to his local post office to send it back. The weight was to be a key piece of evidence. Meanwhile, the Royal Mail investigation team contacted the online jewellers for their side of the story.
The jeweller, when they receive all packages, weigh the item, as well as check the packet for any signs of tampering. It was established that the package hadn't been tampered and that the weight of the item was identical to the weight when the customer posted it at his local post office.
I might not know much about carrots, the diamond ones, not the veg, but I do know they weigh something. If the two weights were the same, that means the parcel was empty to start with. Therefore, the customer had kept hold of the ring. The case had fraud stamped all over it, and the investigation team paid the customer a visit.
The customer admitted when interviewed that he made the purchase of the engagement ring purely to facilitate a fraudulent claim to Royal Mail in order to recoup his £1,900. We contacted Merseyside Police and the customer was then arrested on suspicion of fraud.
The case proceeded to court and justice was delivered for the £1,900 he tried to claim.
He was given a criminal record and also an 18-month conditional discharge. He was also ordered to pay back the £1,900 investigation costs and also a victim surcharge.
But the story didn't end there. The customer had tried to return the ring to the company after his scam was exposed, but they refused to accept it.
The customer was handed the ring back as he had entered into a finance agreement to pay for the ring. In this instance, the customer was paid twice for the ring in essence, sort of a double whammy simply because he has to pay his finance agreement when he purchased the ring and he also has to pay Royal Mail £1,900 in compensation and costs.
In this case, the would-be fraudster pushed the envelope too far.
It's satisfying to get a result like this because the Royal Mail employ a lot of honest individuals and obviously the fact that their integrity has been questioned is something that we need to protect. I think the customer thought that he'd only have to put the claim in and we pay it, but Royal Mail do actively check compensation claims as a matter of routine. This claim certainly didn't pay off.
Insurers are taking the fight to the fraudsters using every tool at their disposal. A big growth area is in specialist consultants, like Tara Shelton of ICOG. She uses techniques that identify fraud more swiftly than normal. She's every scammer's worst nightmare, a former police officer with a degree in psychology.
If you actually mix the key ingredients of my background in the police with psychology, it's in essence given us the perfect, unique mixture of how to assess claims in a way that maybe not have been done before.
She can tell if someone's lying just from listening to their voice.
Actually listening to a claimant talk about their claim is probably the most powerful source you can ever use to detect either opportunistic or organised fraud, because people convey themselves in a multitude of ways without them actually realising it. You will get the individuals that are stupid. You will also get the individuals that don't even think that an insurer would assess a claim. And commonly we will find that their account of what happened is missing obvious detail. So another indicator that we currently see is evasive behaviour. So they will intentionally try and sidestep. They will intentionally try and change the topic. They will intentionally try and divert the call handler away from the discussion at that present time. Ultimately, a claim always has a story about something that's happened, an incident, And for me, that's where the key lies in actually assessing that account of what happened as to whether it's true or not.
Elsewhere, specialist training means call handlers are now able to read the signs of questionable behaviour. One such claim came to LV when they received a call from a customer reporting the theft of his vehicle and a subsequent crash. Once again, it was Claire Lunn who looked into the case.
During the initial call, our claimants appeared quite hesitant to give any detail, quite evasive, and displayed certain behaviours and mannerisms that gave lots of red flags that perhaps this needed to be looked into a bit further.
The claimant was asked to give a detailed account of what happened.
I walked home about 10, 11 o'clock-ish.
Yes.
And I saw somebody in my car. The drove off.
Yes.
Collided with my daughter's car, sent the pickup speed up the road and crashed into another car in the garden. I ran after them, and then a load of people come out the houses and jumped on me. I tried to explain what had happened, but
yeah,
they sat on me.
These were very unusual circumstances of a theft and quite bizarre. So again, we wanted to make sure and validate the circumstances had happened as reported to us.
The insurers called the claimant back to go over his version of events. Again, his behaviour was strange. He seemed confused about what had happened.
And why did they jump on you?
Because they thought I'd been driving.
I mean, but even if they thought you'd been driving, why did they jump on you?
Because I crashed into their house.
Because I crashed into their house? I thought he said it was a thief. I'm no expert, but it sounded like he'd slipped up there.
Because I crashed into their house. I thought, oh.
However, solid evidence was needed, and a combination of good old-fashioned investigation work and curtain-twitching locals was the answer. People who'd witnessed what had actually happened gave a completely different version of events.
So did you see the incident happen?
I heard the bangs and everything, and I got to the window and I saw him coming out the driver's side of the car.
Okay, so that you believe that the owner of that vehicle was the driver of the...
Oh yeah, 100%.
As I got out there, the car was stationary, the door just opened, and the gentleman got out of it. What I know he's the dad of number 2.
Far from being an innocent victim, it was clear that the claimant was the villain of the piece. Furthermore, he was attempting to get a payout for damage that he'd caused.
They saw our claimant get out of the vehicle. He appeared drunk and then began to get quite aggressive.
He was obviously intoxicated. A few aggressive gestures, said he was going to punch out to the paramedics, so she quite rightly stepped back.
Yeah.
Police turned up just as this guy tried to punch out to one of the neighbours. The policeman took over, tried to calm him, and then he proceeded to punch the policeman. And that's when they sort of put his arms behind his back and restrained him.
The claimant was actually taken to hospital because he'd suffered from head injuries from being involved in the incident.
Maybe the knock to the head explains why he thought he was in with a chance of a payout.
We now knew that the claimant hadn't been truthful and we declined his claim. It's quite remarkable that our claimant thought that he would get away with this. There were several witnesses of the incident, but I think he was hoping that the insurance company wouldn't do for thorough investigations.
He was dead wrong. The insurer's evidence was passed to the police, who had already launched their own investigation. His attempt to claim for damage to his car had hit the buffers.
Our claimant was eventually charged with driving whilst impaired and was given a 22-month driving ban and a suspended sentence. The claimant not only put himself at risk, but others at serious risk of harm, and then made up a story to try and cover his tracks.
Just like the drunk claimant himself, his story didn't stand up, and he was left high and dry with no payout and a criminal record. UK insurers have managed to put the brakes on this type of small-scale motor insurance scam. But over in America, fraudsters have driven the stakes to unprecedented heights. On the face of it, Andy House was living the American dream. He owned a luxury car dealership in Texas and drove this bad boy, a $1.75 million supercar, caught on film by a passing motorist, student Joe Garza.
Pretty sure it's a Lambo, dude.
Wrong. It's a Bugatti Veyron, and only 450 were ever made. It's one of the rarest and most expensive cars on the planet.
That will be mine one day.
Wrong again. It won't be anyone's. House's American dream turned into a nightmare when this happened. Whilst driving along La Marque Lagoon, he had a titanic accident, swerving off the road at high speed and into the water. Luckily, he made it out alive, none the worse for wear. The dramatic clip was filmed purely by chance and has been viewed and shared around the world millions of times. While Andy received nothing worse than a soaking, any hopes of repairing his Bugatti Veyron were sunk. The soggy supercar was totally beyond repair. Soon after the accident, specialist contractors were called in to recover the vehicle. The loss of such a high-profile car made international headlines, and the world's petrol heads demanded an explanation. House claimed that as he was driving, his mobile phone had gone off, and he'd been distracted by a passing pelican, which had made him swerve into the lagoon. He added that he'd left the engine running because he was being stung by mosquitoes. The flooded engine meant that the vehicle was totally beyond repair. But all was not lost. As a responsible car dealer, House had taken out extensive insurance, meaning he was in line for a seven-figure compensation payout. Having valued the car at $2.2 million, to you and me, that's £1.5 million. And everything would have gone swimmingly if it hadn't been for the social media clip. At the time, House was unaware that the accident had been filmed, but during their investigation, the insurers were quick to find and analyse the video. They tried to spot the pelican he claimed to have swerved to avoid, but it's more of a case of where's the birdie, not watch the birdie. The pelican is nowhere to be seen. The clip also shows he made no attempt to brake before splashing into the lake. Convinced that he had deliberately trashed his supercar to get an insurance payout, the insurers rejected the claim. They then reported him to the authorities, and he was eventually put on trial for wire mail fraud. In August 2014, he pleaded guilty and could face up to 20 years in the slammer. Using his Bugatti Veyron to try and pull a fast one ultimately left Andy House a washed-up fraudster. Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, badly forged documents mean a life insurance fraudster is caught red-handed.
And I just thought it's, bang to rights. His fingerprints on his cremation certificate.
A video posted online cracks the case of a fake claim against Newcastle City Council.
Yeah, he was seriously injured and so he was off work.
That was through no fault of the local council, that was through his own stupidity.
And a personal injury claim goes up in smoke.
He gave the impression that he was generally pretty squeaky clean, but in fact the social networking evidence that we had showed that he lived a different life altogether.
Please contact the information desk.
For most people, the worst thing that might happen on a family holiday is missing luggage, sunburn, or overindulging on the all-you-can-eat buffet. But for the Sanchez family from Surrey, the unthinkable happened. On a family break to Hugo Sanchez's home country of Ecuador, he suffered a fatal heart attack. His devastated wife flew back to the UK to make arrangements. No simple task, as Mr. Sanchez had created a web of complex finances. These were untangled by DC Jackie Bartlett from Thames Valley Police.
He'd taken out a number of life insurance policies prior to his death. From his employer, HMV, he was entitled, or his family were entitled to death benefit of £112,000. He'd taken out a policy for £500,000 with Legal & General. With Liverpool Victoria, he'd taken out a policy for £117,000.
And there were numerous other small loans that had been taken out before his death.
The grand total of the money was £847,000.
Mrs. Sanchez stood to benefit from an astronomical amount of money, and the claim was finely scrutinised.
The insurers who looked into the claim were suspicious from the outset because the large amount of life insurance or assurance that was taken out prior to his death in 2004. So that was a red flag warning to them that this could be suspicious.
With hindsight, Hugo Sanchez's behaviour at work before he left rang alarm bells.
HMV understood that he was going on holiday to Ecuador to see his family, and it was only retrospectively when they got the report that he died that they realised his desk had been cleared and all his family photos had been taken, and they thought, that's a bit strange.
Was this a grave mistake, or was it a sign that all was not as it appeared? Soon afterwards, another wrong note was struck.
One of Mr. Sanchez's friends had been left with a discount card, and he decided to use it to buy some Elvis CDs, and he was stopped by security who were questioning why he was using a dead man's discount card, and he said, well, he's not dead, he left it with me, I have his permission. And he went on to phone Mr. Sanchez, and the call connected, but then Mr. Sanchez put the phone down.
It was now a case of suspicious minds. Serious doubts were creeping in about whether Hugo Sanchez had actually died, and the insurers appointed an investigator.
The findings of the report were that they believed him to be alive, and this was confirmed by Mr. Sanchez's wife's family, who lived in the UK, because they were not part of the plot. They had not been told that he was dead. They said, no, he's alive. They've immigrated to Costa Rica.
It was now clear that he hadn't passed on. He was just trying to pass the buck. Mr. Sanchez's supposed death was kept secret from his friends and family. Only his employers and insurers had been informed, and they weren't happy.
HMV had written to the family in Costa Rica asking for the money back and had never got a response. So they, after making inquiries with the Ecuadorian consulate and obtaining some information, they reported it to Thames Valley Police.
From there, the case landed on Jackie's desk. Her first move was to establish the true sequence of events and locations. Hugo Sanchez had attempted to cover his tracks by moving from country to country.
He died apparently in Ecuador, but the family had emigrated to Costa Rica. But then from Costa Rica, they'd gone to Australia.
He was down under rather than 6 feet under. Jackie also focused on the documentation that had been provided to support the claim.
The cremation certificate that we got from Mrs. Sanchez's solicitors was put in for forensic testing and revealed Mr. Sanchez's fingerprint. I presume the system in Ecuador was the same as ours, that the cremation certificate is issued after the cremation, so it would be impossible for him to have any rational explanation for a fingerprint on it, and I just thought it's, bang to rights. His fingerprint's on his cremation certificate.
Despite the schoolboy error, this was much more than an opportunistic fraud. Jackie discovered that Hugo Sanchez had more than one identity. He had also used his brother Alfredo's name.
Mr. and Mrs. Sanchez had got married in Ecuador, and he used his brother's name to marry his wife. And then when he came to the UK, he came here as Alfredo Sanchez and got a British passport in that name. But then a couple of years later, he changed his name by default and got a passport in the name Hugo Jose Sanchez, and then married his wife again, her using her maiden name, in the UK. The dual identity was very useful because he died as Alfredo Sanchez, and that passport was provided by his wife to the insurance companies, and then he went off to live in Australia using the name Hugo Sanchez.
By this stage, Jackie had collected enough evidence to move in on the undead fraudster. Her chance came when there was a family wedding in the UK, and Mrs. Sanchez made the journey over to attend.
I don't know why she did that. Maybe they thought, well, nothing's happened. I'll come back, it's been a couple of years, it'll all be fine. But it wasn't fine because she was detained at Heathrow Airport. And then she was transported back to Thames Valley Police, where myself and my sergeant interviewed her. If I hadn't already planned the interview and had it all ready, I'd have been, ooh, because there was so much information to put to her.
But Jackie had done her homework, and it paid off.
She accepted her husband was alive, and then when we talked about the insurance claims, she just started to answer no comment. Mr. Sanchez, meanwhile, was in Australia with the family, and that was the next stage to apply for his extradition.
With the assistance of the Australian authorities, eventually he was brought back to the UK to face the music in a court of law.
Mr. Sanchez pleaded guilty to all 12 charges, and then he was sentenced to 5 years. Mrs. Sanchez was sentenced to 2 years.
Sanchez had been caught red-handed, and the former record company employee was now doing the jailhouse rock. In January 2012, the police joined the fight against insurance fraud by forming an elite squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
IFED deal with a wide variety of insurance fraud offences, from serious crash for cash to household fraudulent claims. We are responsible for bringing insurance fraudsters to justice.
They've made over 660 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims. Money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. If you are committing insurance fraud in England and Wales, we'll find you.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
And it's not just the insurance industry that's working in partnership with IFED. Councils around the UK are also joining forces with the elite police department to crack down on fraud. Councillor Veronica Dunn is from Newcastle City Council.
We take out an insurance policy to cover us against claims for things like personal injury or public liability claims.
In 2012, floods swept through the north of England, seriously affecting Newcastle and the surrounding areas. Council employees worked hard to deal with the floodwaters and make the city safe. But soon afterwards, a claim for personal injury was submitted by Stephen Robinson. Scott Clayton from the council's insurers Zurich provided advice on the case.
Stephen Robinson was walking along the street and claimed that he had stepped in a flooded manhole cover and injured his ankle. It was quite a severe injury that he was claiming for.
On the surface, his tale of watery woe seemed genuine.
On that particular day, Newcastle, with other parts of the country, did in fact sustain severe flooding. There was no doubt in the council's mind that an injury had been sustained. The question was, who was responsible?
The answer was found by surfing the web. The council received a tip-off about a video posted onto social media that had made quite a splash, clocking up thousands of views. It was passed to the police and viewed by IFED's DC Kate Sibley.
He takes a running leap from the pathway, takes a couple of steps and then falls over. And as you can see, he then lifts his left leg out and his foot is facing the wrong way.
What did he say again?
When I saw the video clip, I did feel quite angry. It's obvious that under the circumstances, this was not an injury that was caused as a result of the council's negligence, but was caused directly by Mr. Robinson's own actions. That's not something that the council taxpayers in Newcastle should be paying for.
This was a case that we undoubtedly wanted to prosecute because it's local council money. And had we not had this footage or established what exactly had happened, then that money would potentially have been paid out to him.
The council and IFED were determined to put out a strong message that they weren't going to tolerate this kind of fraud. Still to come, the failed fraudster attempts to give DC Kate Sibley the runaround.
We'll get hold of it somehow. I won't give up.
And a claimant tries to bully his way into a payout he doesn't deserve.
I'm not happy the way that you spoke to me earlier on. When this claim gets settled and you replace my rig for me, I will be taking action against you directly.
These days, social media is everywhere. Who hasn't been tagged in an embarrassing photo? And it's not just friends and family who might be following your online activities, it's insurers too. In September 2012, insurers AXA were presented with a personal injury claim from Daniel Brownfoot. He'd been a passenger in a road traffic collision involving a driver who was an AXA customer. Brownfoot was being given a lift to a DIY store when a pit stop landed both him and the driver in trouble. Tara McSorley is a solicitor with BLM, the insurer's lawyers.
The driver pulled in at the side of a residential street and produced a carrier bag full of cannabis. The driver rolled a joint and began to smoke it. The claimant refused to take any of the cannabis. At that point, quite incredibly, the police drove past and smelt the cannabis. I understand that this cannabis is a very pungent odour. The driver then drove away at speed with the police in chase, but he lost control of the car and smashed into a bollard on the passenger side. The claimant refused to go to hospital by ambulance, and the police took them both to the police station. The claimant was examined at the police station to be sure that he was fit for interview.
So Brownfoot appeared to have come out of the accident in which he'd been a passenger none the worse for wear.
A few months later, AXA received a letter of claim indicating that he was going to claim for personal injury.
The claim detailed a range of soft tissue whiplash type injuries.
He was claiming for injuries to his neck, upper back, left shoulder and an injury to his left thigh. We would have expected compensation to be paid in the sum of around perhaps £4,000 to £6,000.
It was a huge amount of money for injuries that apparently hadn't existed when he'd been examined at the police station, and the insurers were keen to weed out any irregularities.
The concerns generally stemmed from the fact that drugs were involved in this accident. There were investigations carried out into this claimant, and so we went looking for him online.
And they found him, together with evidence of the type of life he was leading.
He gave the impression that he was generally pretty squeaky clean, but in fact the social networking evidence that we had showed that he lived a different life altogether. He followed a number of sites which purported to support the use of drugs.
The investigation also raised questions about the severity of his alleged injuries.
So this accident happened at the start of September, and a number of days after this, the plaintiff had posted a photograph where he was shown to have both legs suspended out either side of a very large tree branch. I mean, if you were suffering from soft tissue injuries to the extent that the plaintiff claimed, you simply wouldn't be able to have climbed the tree. And another of the images, he was dressed up like a hot dog, drinking and smoking and having a good time.
What a silly sausage. Despite the suspected drug taking and the police chase in which Brownfoot had been a passenger, the claimant and his solicitors had the front to pursue the case in court. There, he was cross-examined about the tree photo.
He said that the branch and the tree were supporting his back, which was just nonsense.
He was also asked to explain a comment he'd posted on a site featuring a photo of drug use.
He said that the reason that he had picked this particular image was because he had done a photography course and that he thought that this was a particularly well photoshopped image.
All in all, he'd made a hash of the questioning, but there was more to come from the lawyers.
So the second prong of our defence was the fact that this was a joint criminal enterprise. We were saying that basically the claimant was in on it and he knew well that drugs were in the car.
What happened next must have driven Brownfoot potty.
The court dismissed the claimant's claim. This claim was never one that AXA would have paid. There were too many concerns about the fact that this was a crash that had happened where there were drugs on board and where there had been a police pursuit.
Brownfoot's social media profile earned him a hashtag fail as he watched his personal injury claim go up in smoke. In the last few years, fraud detection has become increasingly sophisticated. Insurers are now turning to specialist consultants like Tara Shelton of ICOG. Combining her background as a police officer and with a degree in psychology, she has developed techniques that identify fraud more swiftly than normal.
It's quite sad to say, but I think the majority of the population that do make claims that are exaggerated or are fraudulent do think that insurers are there for easy pickings and that it's almost their right to make a claim.
But fraudsters have met their match in Tara. A phone call is all she needs to tell if they're lying.
What I would class as one of the extreme indicators is something that I call sabotaging behaviour. So that's when the claimant reacts in an extremely disproportionate manner because, for example, they don't like the information they've been told, or they believe there is now an obstacle in their way to obtaining the money that they're after.
In other words, they're seeking to sabotage the process and threaten or pressurise the claims handler to make a payout. The latest figures show that violent crime has been steadily falling for the last 20 years. So to be mugged multiple times in a period of months starts to look more than just unlucky, especially when you factor in other losses. Neil McFarlane is the managing director of TH March & Co., a company that provides specialist insurance for jewellery. They were contacted by a claimant who went on to become something of a regular fixture.
The first time we heard from this particular customer was for the loss of a couple of stones out of his fiancée's engagement ring. This is quite a common occurrence, nothing particularly unusual, and the amount involved was only £125, and that claim was quickly settled.
But it wasn't long before fate dealt another cruel blow to the claimant.
He notified us that he had been attacked in his car and had his gent's watch stolen together with his wallet and his mobile phone. Being contacted so soon after the original claim, this did put us on a little bit of guard, but again there was nothing particularly unusual in the circumstances of the loss.
The watch had been a distinctive Cartier Santos model, meaning the claim was worth several £1,000s. Then, against all the odds, the customer was targeted once more with a knife-point mugging that robbed him of an expensive ring worth £2,500.
Being mugged twice within 6 months is very, very unusual. I know many people have never been mugged in their entire lives. To be mugged twice in 6 months does mean he's either very unlucky or he's considering a fraudulent claim.
With that in mind, it was decided that a loss adjuster needed to be brought in to look at the claim. The news was greeted less than warmly.
Have you got different procedures now or stuff like that?
Why would you say different procedures?
Oh, from before I'm sure they're different. I think you send me a claim form.
Yes, well, we not always send a claim form. Sometimes we need a loss adjuster to assist clients with a claim, okay?
When he realised that getting his claim through wasn't a simple matter of filling in a form, the claimant's manner changed towards the call handler.
I'm not happy the way that you spoke to me earlier on.
Why do you have problem with that?
No, because I've had a problem with you a few times before. When this claim gets settled and you replace my ring for me, I will be taking action against you directly.
He became very aggressive, very defensive, did not want to meet with the loss adjuster. He also made certain allegations against members of staff which were completely unfounded and I think were used as a smokescreen.
What far have you made me feel? You're being racist towards me. This is the second
How
time
can I be racist against you?
You targeted me second time. I'm going to take this up with the director.
Well, shall I give you director's name?
No, I'll get the number.
After the phone call, another member of the TH March staff spoke to the claimant. Once again, he appeared to try and sabotage the process.
Where a second claim occurs with one person within a relatively short period of time, that is one of the criteria where a loss adjuster will be appointed.
Do you mean by relatively short period of time?
Within a year or so?
Well, you figure that one out from that short period within a year. I'm going to cancel my policy. You might as well tell your loss adjuster to sit tight, because I'm not going to claim. I'm going to get my legal representative to sort this out.
Did I hear that right? He's going to cancel his policy? That effectively means that he's not going to pursue the claim for the ring, which apparently was stolen from him.
He's walking away from the potential settlement of £2,500. When somebody's not really interested in wanting to progress the claim and complaining that a loss adjuster has been appointed, we think that's a bit too defensive and points to the fact that it may not be a genuine claim.
Unsurprisingly, they heard nothing more, until 2 years later, they were contacted about another claim.
The name seemed very familiar to our claims handler, and upon taking details, including mobile phone number, email address, and the actual item stolen, it was pretty much all identical.
A loss adjuster was quickly appointed to handle the case, and the claimant was informed. 2 years later, this is his response.
I'm going to speak to the conveyance team first, because I'm not happy about this, your attitude at all in the way you're dealing with this.
Okay, I'm trying to assist you with the claim.
No, it's not. I find this ridiculous. I find it ridiculous, your service, the way you're saying yes.
Hold on, that sounds suspiciously similar to his strategy from 2 years ago.
When this claim gets settled and you replace my ring for me, I will be taking action against you directly.
Change the record. It's the same sabotaging tactics all over again. In addition, the make and model of watch was the same as on the second claim, a Cartier Santos. But what really set alarm bells ringing was when it became clear that the serial numbers of the two watches were sequential.
Bearing in mind the losses were over 2 years apart, the chances happening are very, very slight indeed. Once again, he wanted to just basically cancel his policy cover. If you couple this with the previous loss for a ring of £2,500, then he's potentially walking away from claims totalling in excess of £6,500. In our minds, this is highly suspicious and is a good indication of a potential fraudulent claim.
Time ticked away, and the claim, like the missing watches, disappeared for good. And they never heard anything more from the man. After flash floods hit the northeast in 2012, Newcastle City Council was contacted by Stephen Robinson, a local man who claimed that he'd broken his ankle as a result of a poorly maintained manhole cover. But social media pulled the plug on his fraudulent claim. It was clearly a self-inflicted injury. So DC Kate Sibley went after him, IFED style.
We're planning to knock on his door and make the arrest and then take him back to the local police station where we'll interview him, put the evidence we have to him and see what he's got to say for himself. You get a buzz when you're arresting somebody and the adrenaline does pump because you want to get the perpetrator. You've worked hard on the investigation and you want to see it come to a conclusion.
Kate and her colleague, DS Mark Forster, started at the last known address for Stephen Robinson.
Just want to go around the back.
Morning, City London Police. Is Stephen about? Have you got a phone number for him? Can I have it, please? This is his parents' address. He's not at his parents' address. He's moved out about a year ago.
Since moving out, he'd had very little contact with his parents. They knew nothing about the personal injury claim. Undeterred, Mark attempted to make contact with the suspect over the phone.
I'm up in Newcastle with some colleagues and we need to interview you.
But again drew a blank when it went to voicemail.
We can only do what we can do, but we'll get hold of him somehow. I won't give up.
While they waited for the suspect to get back to them, the IFED team stumbled upon the location of the notorious incident.
We believe this is possibly where he's jumped from. Looking at the area and remembering from the YouTube footage, people were standing sort of either side and he's taken a running jump down here and jumped off these steps. If he knows the area, he must have realised it wasn't that deep. Just a little bit stupid. In fact, very well, not even a little bit, very stupid.
Eventually, Kate's persistence paid off when she received a call from a blocked number.
Hello, Kate Sibley. Oh, yes, I am. Mr. Robinson, where are you? Yeah, it's in relation to an insurance fraud. Your leg. All right, OK, I'll speak to you in half an hour. He's just phoned me.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Believe you're looking for me? Yes, I am. What's it regarding? Give me half an hour, I'll phone you back and meet you. Where are you? I'm not telling you that, am I? He's going to want to meet at the Nick, I would hazard a guess, but he's going to get lifted at the Nick.
He's probably going to get brief sorted, isn't he?
Yeah. It's just time wasting, really. A little bit frustrating because we're sort of doing as he bids, really, which I don't like doing. Those are the game we play.
Robinson's solicitor later rang back on his behalf and arranged for his client to meet the IFED team at a local police station.
He is on his way, so we've got our man eventually. We've got all the evidence to put to him, so it's just what he says in interview, really.
After the arrest and interview, the case eventually proceeded to court. Unbelievably, he still maintained his innocence.
He went not guilty, first few hearings at court. Then we went to trial. We were supposed to have a trial in January of this year, 2015, and on the day of the trial, he pleaded guilty.
Clearly, he decided he didn't have a leg to stand on. He was sentenced to 200 hours of unpaid work and costs of £600.
I think he was stupid. I think he thought he was going to make some easy money. Yeah, he was seriously injured, and so he was off work. That was through no fault of the local council. That was through his own stupidity. So I don't think he'll be doing it again.
We are the custodians of public money. The fact is, we need our money to spend on services to the most vulnerable and to older people and children in our community. And we don't want that money to be going into a fraudster's pocket.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units,
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, a pair of criminals go to shocking lengths to fraudulently claim over £100,000.
And they doctored medical letters to make it look like he had his optic nerve severed and would never get his sight back. In fact, his sight had recovered.
A potential scam is in danger of going down the drain.
Maybe if we try to open the shutter, it will be very hard.
And a fraudster gets caught with his trousers down.
Do you want me to get dressed?
It's unfortunate, but we can all fall sick or victim to an accident. Ill health or bad luck when it's least expected can put a strain on your finances. Although it's very unfortunate for the same family to be affected twice. Meet Jeremy and Sally Jones, who definitely seem to be down on their luck. But all wasn't lost, because as David Halstead explains, AIG was there at their time of need.
So the initial claim from Mr. and Mrs. Jones was in relation to a young relative who had fallen off their bicycle and sustained an injury.
This claim of £70,000 was paid out. With a lump sum in their back pocket, lo and behold, 2 years later, there was another accident.
The husband had been working on a car that had broken down, and she was bringing him out a cup of tea. And as she bent down to place that cup of tea on the floor, her head was adjacent to the exhaust pipe of the car, which then backfired right in the rear. She stated she had suffered a permanent loss of hearing within that one ear. Mrs. Jones would have been entitled to a payout of around £35,000.
Were the Joneses having a genuine run of bad luck? Or was there more to the second claim than meets the eye?
We deal with thousands of claims on an annual basis. These particular circumstances seem to be stretching credibility just a little bit too far.
With suspicions aroused, the insurer asked Mrs. Jones to go for a hearing test, and she gladly obliged.
When we received the results of that hearing test, it did confirm that she had suffered a permanent loss of hearing, and essentially there were no further tests that they could do. However, on examination of that document, we did identify that there potentially had been some forgery.
With the medical forms looking a bit dubious, AIG consulted the one person who could put their mind at ease.
Those inquiries with the medical examiner revealed that, in fact, this woman had deliberately and intentionally removed certain paragraphs from the report referencing her hearing loss.
Unsurprisingly, these inconsistencies led AIG to review the couple's claims history. And yes, you guessed it, all was not as it seemed. Was this a case of trying to keep up with the Joneses?
We immediately noticed that one document in particular had some signs of having been forged. There were some grammatical errors that we wouldn't have expected from a medical expert, and indeed there were some spelling mistakes within the letterhead itself.
With £70,000 having been paid out for the first claim, both cases were handed over to IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, an elite team of officers including DI Ollie Little. When they looked at the first claim concerning the young family member who fell off his bike, they were shocked by the lengths the fraudsters had gone to.
They doctored medical letters to make it look like he had his optic nerve severed and would never get his sight back. In fact, his sight had recovered. We went back to the doctors who were supposed to have signed off those injuries. Those consultants said that they had never signed those letters, and so the tale of lies began to unravel.
With such a serious injury to a member of their family, you could have been fooled into thinking that the insurance payout would have been put to good use.
Jeremy and Sally Jones didn't spend that £70,000 on the care of their young relative. They spent it on themselves, on household bills, on a high-spec car, and on gambling debts.
At Salisbury Crown Court, the couple's greed didn't go down well with the judge. They were both found guilty of fraud and forging medical documents, and both received 12 months behind bars.
They thought that a 2-year gap between those claims meant they wouldn't get subject to scrutiny. But the insurers will look to use patterns and profiling, all sorts of information, to make sure that if you carry out a series of frauds, that they'll be brought to justice.
And the insurer wasn't left out of pocket.
The fact that both of them were sentenced to a custodial sentence was pleasing, but particularly gratifying was the fact that they had also been ordered to repay the money that they had illegally gained in the first place.
With £70,000 to pay back, I don't think they'll be putting in another claim anytime soon. Still to come, a claimant's hope of making a clean sweep is brought down in flames.
One policyholder had actually set up 3 of the 4 insurance policies that were taken out in the months leading up to the fire.
And one prisoner finds it hard keeping his nose clean.
The injuries did not look consistent with those of a fall from a top bunk.
With insurers homing in on fraudulent claims, the industry has new tricks up its sleeve to help combat the problem. People like Tara Shelton of ICOG, a former police officer with a degree in psychology. She's every scammer's worst nightmare.
From the very moment we pick up the phone, we are monitoring and assessing the claimant and what they say, but it's in a very gentle manner, very non-abrasive manner.
But it's also what a potential fraudster is not saying that can be the key. That's where Tara's expertise kicks in.
Well, one obvious trend that is presented to us is where customers answer a question with a question to buy themselves thinking time of how to respond. You may hear a claimant intentionally trying to change the topic, intentionally trying to sidestep from the discussion at hand, or some intentional misdirection on their part. So it is very much a conscious move during the phone call.
With the latest mobiles being costly to replace, it's no wonder so many of us have phone insurance. But when it comes to making a claim, Insurers hear all manner of excuses, as Andy Morris from Assurant is all too familiar with.
So we received a claim for a brand new Samsung S5. We immediately sent out a new replacement to that customer, and everybody was delighted.
But not long after, Assurant received a call from the claimant's mobile phone company.
We were informed that the original phone that the claim had been successful on was actually being used to make telephone calls after the event and after the loss.
Had someone got their mitts on the lost phone? Or could it be that there was a phantom phone caller?
Once we were provided with this evidence, we immediately contacted the customer and informed them of this breaking news.
It wasn't long before the claimant was on the blower to the insurers to give her excuses. Sorry, I meant explanation.
So when was it you located the original handbag?
When did I locate it? I think it was about 4 days ago, my love.
Bit of a stalling tactic there, I think, answering a question with a question and a mighty long pause. But this claimant had a perfectly reasonable explanation.
You say that handset is in the gutter?
Yeah.
So just to clarify things, the phone's in the gutter, but somehow calls are still being made from it. Well, that's as clear as mud to me.
On that day, their daughter had dropped the phone into the gutter, and the phone had suffered quite substantial water damage.
A soggy smartphone was bad news for the claimants.
And what you would need to do would be to pay for the handset.
Okay.
You'd need to pay £325 for that.
Right.
It would either be that or send the original handset back to ourselves if you were able to retrieve that from the gutter.
That is, retrieve it from the gutter and stop making calls from it. Still not sure what to do, moments later the claimant was back on the phone again. Time for a bit of dirty work.
Now, if I get the phone out of the gutter, I'm stood there looking at it. It's really dirty and it's got wet.
Now remember, this is the dirty, wet phone that has mysteriously been making calls since it was reported lost.
It doesn't matter. It belongs to us. We'll sort it.
So is that clear? Nope, I didn't think so. Now it was time for her other half to get his hands dirty.
Her husband started to discuss with our agents the fact that he needed to go and find a plumber to be able to extract the phone from the gutter.
Maybe if we try to open the gutter, you know, it will be very hard.
Because the original phone was found, that phone should have been returned to us.
Listen, she has a damaged property because my daughter threw it in the gutter.
Okay, so the phone that you originally lost, you're saying that phone's damaged?
Yes.
Are you sure, mate? As you seemed a little hesitant there.
Okay, so that means that you do then have the phone then, sir, if you're saying that it's damaged.
It's in the gutter.
Oh, so it's still in the gutter. Plumbing emergency over, the claimant retrieved the phone, and Assurant were surprised with what landed on their desk.
Our agents, of course, were expecting a very heavily water-damaged phone that had been in a gutter for 3 or 4 days. When we received the phone, it was in full working order.
Apparently a bit of an opportunist, it seemed this potential fraudster was thinking ahead.
One of the strange things about this case is the husband confirmed with our agents whether, if they return the phone to us, they will be able to claim again within the next month.
After that, if she lost her mobile after 1 month, can she claim or not?
Of course she could, and it seemed she'd plumbed to new depths, because guess what happened next?
Our agents were surprised to receive a phone call 5 to 6 weeks later for a new Samsung Galaxy. It appeared that this husband and wife team had suffered some unfortunate situation which meant that they had lost their phone again.
Unsurprisingly suspicious, it didn't take Assurant long to get to the bottom of the second claim.
Our agents quickly realised that the proof of ownership of that device was made up.
In addition to the odd bit of plumbing, it appeared this potential fraudster could turn their hand to anything.
Unfortunately, in this case, the artwork or the clip art was not one that anybody would be proud of. It was very clear that they had doctored and created a fake receipt.
This potential fraudster scam had well and truly gone down the drain. Many businesses rely on big, hefty machinery to help things run smoothly. If it breaks down, it can be costly enough, but if it's stolen, it's a completely different kettle of fish. When farmer Anthony Gribbin had some equipment nicked back in 2013, he didn't hesitate to put a claim in. But as John Beadle from RSA found, where there's muck, there's brass.
Mr. Gribbin ran a farm and some stables. He alleged that a forklift truck and a trailer had been stolen from his premises.
Coincidentally, the policy had only been taken out a short while before the equipment was stolen. Faced with a payout of up to £10,000, RSA looked at the claim a little closer.
We began to have some general suspicions around the authenticity of this claim. We looked into Mr. Gribbin and his business, and in actual fact, we came to the conclusion that these items were never actually stolen in the circumstances that he alleged.
RSA wasted no time in referring the case to IFED, also known as the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department. IFED is made up of an elite group of officers who specialise in combating insurance fraud. DC Aman Taylor worked on the case and took a closer look at Gribbin's documents.
He provided the investigator with two things: a receipt for the purchase of the forklift and a business card from a company for the purchase of the trailer.
And who better to verify if the documents were legit than the people who supplied them?
They saw the documentation, examined it, and straight away within seconds could say, that's not our documentation, that's not our receipt, and highlighted on there a number of errors, basic errors, which highlighted the fact that it could never be their document, such as their postal code was wrong, the phone number was wrong.
Suspicious that the documents were shoddy fakes, IFED decided to give Gribbin one of their unique home visits.
We're hoping to find any computer equipment that's capable of producing the suspected fraudulent invoices, or any genuine documentation which we can use as evidence later once we get to the interview stage. This was my first live job on IFED, so it was a bit daunting for me as a new officer in the unit.
Aman's first raid wasn't going to be a simple door knock, because Gribbin's farm covered several acres.
The property itself we believe to be large enough, a big enough property that it's going to take a few of us to secure the property. That's why we've got uniform attending to assist us with securing the property and securing a person once we arrive there.
As soon as they pull up, the search is on. Having got onto the estate, it's so large that Aman and the team do a quick recce to locate the main building.
We turned up, it was very early in the morning, almost pitch black, and my first thing was to try and find the front door. He's coming down apparently.
With the fraudster's front door quickly within reach, Aman and the team make their way to confront the suspect.
Hello, you Mr. Gribbin?
Yeah.
Brilliant, morning. My name's Aaron Taylor from the City of London Police. We have a warrant to search the premises.
But unsurprisingly, not everyone is pleased to see them.
Don't take shoes off.
I can't really take these off. Sorry.
Oh, dearie me, I can't believe this. I've never had out like this in my bloody life.
And Gribbin is caught by surprise in more ways than one.
Do you want me to get dressed?
Because you're under arrest, what I'll ask is that one of the uniform officer will stay with you just while you get dressed because you're under arrest.
Yeah, that's right. I'll go get dressed then.
When we do call at people's addresses that sort of time of the morning, quite often you will catch them in bed. You'll catch them unprepared for us, and in this case, undressed. So it's not uncommon for us to escort people. Some people in those circumstances may consider as a last-ditch attempt getting rid of information, getting rid of evidence.
Now fully clothed, Gribbin is giving his full cooperation.
Do you want me to go get a chip for you? Let me come with you.
Yeah, if you can show us where we're going. Is it within this house? Is
no, it's outside. There's nothing in this house.
All right, we'll come with you to the office and you can show us where the office is. So everything business related would be in this office, and that is your work computer.
Yeah, if you want to take the work computer, that's fine. Yeah, you'll just crack on and see that.
So far, we've located our subject, so we'll be looking at completing our search. seizing what we need to seize and then taking him to Bradford for him to be interviewed.
Gribben may be cooperating, but IFED never take a suspect's word for it and carry out a full search of the property. And it isn't long before they hit the jackpot.
That's the invoice. This is what we believe to be the fraudulent invoice that the company have said that isn't genuine. I'll put that down as 8002.
And evidence on Gribben's computer could prove to be even more damning.
We'll check this, and then there's a possibility that we might even have a trace of him producing a document on Word.
A lot of evidence has already been bagged and tagged, but the team continue to go through everything with a fine-toothed comb.
What we can do with the phones is we can download the data from them. We can get any text message, phone calls, anything like that that's relevant from the phones themselves.
For the IFED team, it's already been a long day, yet dawn is only just breaking. With a full boot of evidence, this morning has been a success. Back at the station, Gribben was interviewed, but when challenged about the evidence, the fraudster wouldn't budge.
He maintained the claim was genuine, he was a genuine victim of crime, and that the people that had supplied the statement to the police were lying.
Gribben maintained his innocence all the way through the investigation. It wasn't until the start of the court case that he came clean.
We eventually changed his plea to guilty, sort of brought an end to the whole saga.
In February 2015 at Leeds Crown Court, Gribben was given an 8-month suspended sentence and 200 hours community service.
As for my first IFED job, my first live IFED job, I was happy to see it all the way through. I was happy to get a result. I was happy that we'd eventually got to the bottom of the lies and he'd come clean and held his hands up, albeit so far down the line that we were ready to go to trial.
When a fire takes hold of your home, it can be devastating and traumatic, not just for you, but for your neighbours as well, as the flames spread and invade the surrounding properties. Simon Hammond from BLM dealt with a claim for a fire that started in a flat above a dry cleaners and spread through the entire building. But was this claim as clean as a whistle?
The claim which we received in this instance was from the tenant of a flat who had allegedly left one evening to go out, and subsequently which his flat had been destroyed by fire and he'd lost all of the contents inside.
The property was engulfed in flames, with the fire brigade attending the scene for around 7 hours.
This was an extremely dangerous situation. The property actually adjoined onto others, and the fire was of a very serious nature over 3 entire floors. It took them well into the early hours of the morning to actually declare that the fire was out and safe.
Now, a fire this big is going to cause a fair bit of damage, so you'd expect a sizable insurance claim to follow.
The initial claim was for the flat contents, which were approximately £25,000. There was the other flat, and the tenant within that had also put forward a claim to what happened to be the same insurance company. And in addition, the owners of the building were claiming for the business interruption and the damage to the premises. All told, the total value of this claim for all of the insurers concerned was in excess of £500,000.
£500,000 is a serious chunk of change. But was this claimant trying to take the insurer to the cleaners?
When the initial claim came in, the claimant had alleged that the fire had actually commenced after he'd left the flat to go out with his friend.
When the claimant left the building, he said he couldn't see sight or sound of a fire. So it must have started on the floor above, but evidence told a different story.
This seemed inconsistent with the forensic reports, which seemed to suggest that the fire had actually started at the level where he had walked out of, so he may have actually been aware of the fire at the time of leaving the flat.
Another crucial bit of evidence was about to throw cold water on the claimant's version of events, and that was the CCTV from the pub next door.
What this actually showed was that the policyholder had left for the evening from his flat. It then showed him walking back past the pub after he'd left his flat when he waved at the landlord through the window. And only a matter of minutes thereafter, a passerby came in alerting all of the customers in the pub to the fire, which he'd noticed coming through the roof of the property next door.
So our potential fraudster claimed he didn't see a dicky bird. Yet a few minutes later, someone's running into the pub saying that the building next door is engulfed in flames.
This proved that Ultimately, if the fire had started on the first floor where he left his flat, then ultimately he would have been aware of it at the time of leaving.
This wasn't the only smoking gun. The claimant had said he barely knew the other tenant and the shop owner, but their phone records showed otherwise.
The volume of texting between the individuals may not seem completely unusual, but taken in the context that they had only a very passing relationship and met a couple of months beforehand, seemed to indicate that all was not what it was being told.
Then the insurer's investigation added even more fuel to the fire.
We established that the one policyholder had actually set up 3 of the 4 insurance policies that were taken out in the months leading up to the fire. That was for his own contents, for the business downstairs, and for the freeholder.
So the policyholder had actually set up insurance policies for the other 2. That was very helpful of him. The claimant didn't want to come clean. Even when faced with all this evidence, he took the insurer to court. But his actions didn't pull any weight with the judge.
He found that the policyholder's actual shock, or alleged shock, of discovering the fire, when told, was as a direct result of him, in the judge's words, being able to pull the wool over others' eyes. And the judge found he'd given inaccurate and unclear evidence throughout the life of the claim and also at trial.
The judge dismissed the case, but this potential fraudster was all fired up and appealed. Rejected again, it left the claimant well and truly out of pocket.
The insurers in this instance did believe that there was some form of deliberate act in relation to setting this fire. They pleaded to that effect, and although it was never actually found, that was their initial concerns. The policyholder therefore walked away with nothing and is now facing a bill of approximately £80,000 for taking the matter through to court.
A bill like that would certainly burn a hole in his pocket. With over 85,000 inmates detained at Her Majesty's pleasure in prisons up and down the country, the occasional accident is inevitable. A stint in jail is the ideal time for a criminal to reflect on their misdemeanours. But with so much time on their side, some prisoners come up with what they think is the perfect con. Anthony Evans was doing a 6-year stretch for robbery, but he was about to have one of those days when you just seem to get out on the wrong side of bed.
Mr. Evans stated that he'd fallen from his top bunk due to the lack of a safety rail.
Ouch! Now, the top bunk is about 4 feet off the ground, so a fall from that kind of height onto a hard prison floor could do a bit of damage.
Mr. Evans' solicitors stated in their letter of claim that he'd suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head that had caused a permanent scar, that he suffered with headaches for approximately a week after the incident, and that he had pain to the right-hand side of his body.
On the face of it, the claim seemed legit, but then they got their hands on the prisoner's medical records.
There was information that came to light within those that changed the way that we would treat this claim. Both the nurse and the GP had commented within the medical documentation that the injuries did not look consistent with those of a fall from a top bunk.
Could Mr. Evans possibly have been up to no good?
They commented that it looked like the injuries had been caused by a razor blade. They were extremely clear, precise and straight-edged.
To the prison, it was clear Evans was trying it on.
When we got the medical information, we decided that it was time to refer the matter to Greater Manchester Police.
While the investigation was being carried out, Evans was moved to another prison, where he made a confession.
While at his new prison, he had a conversation with a prison officer during which he admitted that he'd asked his cellmate to cut the back of his head in order that he could put in this fraudulent claim.
Now, I've heard of close shaves, but that takes the biscuit.
At the point that Mr. Evans had actually admitted to the officer, he didn't have any idea that he was being investigated by Greater Manchester Police. I just think that perhaps he wanted to clear his conscience.
HMP Manchester took it one step further, as they decided to clip this jailbird's wings.
The CPS decided to prosecute Mr. Evans. It then went to Magistrates Court where he pled guilty. The magistrates then referred it to Crown Court as the matter was too serious for them to deal with for sentencing.
By chancing his arm to get a potential payout, Evans got another 6 months inside for fraud. It just goes to show that crime doesn't pay.
I think that Mr. Evans did plan this quite well. He'd obviously found someone who was willing to inflict a wound on the back of his head, and then he was prepared to lie to staff and claim that he'd fallen from his top bunk.
Evans learnt the hard way that when it comes to fraudulent claims, HMP Manchester takes no prisoners.
If we do catch you, we will prosecute you, and you will end up serving longer time than you ultimately did before.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
that's the subject out the vehicle,
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, a Brickie's personal injury claim is demolished by the courts.
We've got filming of him carrying out heavy manual labour with a vibrating plate that's used to actually lay paving stones.
It's 10 out of 10 for one passenger's attempt to defraud a bus company.
One thing I would have loved to have seen in this footage is the other passengers holding up cards with marks on. I think I would have just made the piece absolutely brilliant.
And the unbelievable lengths some people will go to in order to cash in on a personal injury claim. Over 30 million people make up the British workforce, with around 15% of those self-employed. But while being your own boss has its perks, such as flexible hours and lots of tea breaks, the biggest drawback is that when you don't work, you don't earn. So injury or illness can have a serious impact on your income. Someone who knows all about this is bricklayer Paul Havett, who injured his wrist so badly that he was forced to hang up his trowel for good. Fortunately, though, he was covered by an insurance policy that would pay out in the event of such a disaster. Richard Davies is AXA's head of fraud.
Paul Havett was claiming for a life-changing sum of money. He was claiming for loss of earnings totalling £200,000. He claimed that he couldn't undertake his existing work as a bricklayer. He claimed that he couldn't do anything other than very, very light work. He said, for example, that he couldn't drive for long periods of time.
Unsurprisingly, no money coming in quickly took its toll, and it wasn't long before Havett was struggling to keep his head above water. But thanks to AXA, he had a lifeline.
He also told us that his mortgage was in arrears, and we immediately made a payment of £30,000 to ensure that Paul Havett could continue to live in his house.
There was no disputing that Havett had suffered a genuine injury. However, with a potential payout of around £200,000, AXA wanted to double-check the foundation of his claim before they handed over any more money.
We undertook some surveillance, and we didn't expect that to tell us anything other than Paul Havett was indeed very seriously injured and couldn't work. But we saw something completely different.
They certainly did, and it was at this point that Havett's claim came crashing down like a ton of bricks.
He told us that he wasn't able to work in the building trade, but we can see him working at roof level. He's picking up what appears to be a pretty long and heavy piece of wood.
Hardly the actions of a man who's unable to work.
We have footage of him driving a van over long periods of time.
Well, taking the van out for a spin doesn't seem to be a problem. But when they saw the next bit of surveillance for a man laid up with a wrist injury, they couldn't believe their eyes.
We've got filming of him carrying out heavy manual labour with a vibrating plate that's used to actually lay paving stones, which suggested that his wrist was nothing like as badly injured as he said it was.
Havert had been well and truly rumbled. So AXA decided to do a bit more digging. When they looked into his bank account, it had built up some unexpected figures.
Paul Havert told us that he was earning around £100 a week between December 2012 and May 2013. So we expected to see around £2,000 going into that bank account. That's not what we saw. We saw £33,000, which Paul Havert didn't explain to us.
Havert had been blatantly lying, and as far as AXA were concerned, they'd been taken for a ride by a scheming builder and refused a £200,000 claim.
Once we got the surveillance evidence that Paul Havert wasn't seriously injured, we chose to defend the claim. Paul Havert sued us on that basis, so we had to go to court to defend ourselves.
The court agreed that £40,000 would be enough of a payout from AXA in light of his injury. But not wanting to let this criminal get away with it, AXA brought Havert in front of the judge again. And top of the agenda were his earnings.
When this case got to court, Paul Havert actually admitted that he paid £30,000 into his bank account for manual labour that he'd undertaken whilst he'd said he was injured.
As it turned out, it wasn't the damning footage that would get the better of him, but simply that he had been economical with the truth.
That meant that the loss of earnings claims wasn't what he said it was, and the judge held that that was a significant lie and held him in contempt of court because of that.
In January 2015, at Middlesbrough Crown Court, Paul Havert pleaded guilty to contempt of court and received a 6-month suspended prison sentence. During sentencing, the judge said Havert was escaping jail by the merest whisker.
When somebody chooses to lie to us in this way, it must mean that they're either desperate to make money or they just think it's acceptable to take money that they're not entitled to.
Havert's claim was settled at £40,000. As he had already received £30,000 during the early days of the claim, there was still £10,000 outstanding. But this criminal still didn't end up with it in his back pocket.
The £10,000 which the judge ordered he should be paid was paid into a safe court account, so it's not money he actually received. And secondly, he was ordered to repay our costs, which were, at the end of the case, far larger than that £10,000.
So much for a dodgy wrist. Think it's more of a slapped wrist now, sunshine. Still to come, a new driver falls victim to a crash for cash scam.
I had a few nightmares about it, like what's actually happened. I thought, you know, it could have been my life at the end of the day if I was going any faster.
And a dream trip to South America turns into a nightmare.
For such a serious incident, such as a kidnapping, you would think that the customer would want to speak with someone straight away to see how we can help him or something like that.
With millions of vehicles on the UK's roads each day, the traffic in city centres can be chaos and accidents are inevitable. But the claims team at First Group found themselves dealing with one case that seemed to be more of a practical joke.
We received a claim for an incident that had allegedly happened on the 1st of April 2014, where it was said that the bus had hit a vehicle in front and the claimant had been thrown to the floor as a result of this collision.
Fortunately for First Group, every one of their buses is fitted with more cameras than a paparazzi kit bag. So, let's take a look at this accident. Did you see it? Nope, me neither. Let's take another look. Right, here it comes. I'm still not seeing it. But for one passenger, this was a truly brutal collision.
When the injuries actually came in, they were allegedly broken teeth, possible fractured ribs. Anyone who's sort of broken a rib or suffered that sort of injury will know just how painful that can be. It does really hurt.
With such painful injuries, a costly claim was at stake.
We would expect a claim of this nature to be around about £12,000. This would cover compensation for the injury itself, and also there would have been an element possibly for some lost earnings. You would need a little bit of time off work depending on what you did. There would be dental treatment costs, potential physiotherapy fees for the neck and the soft tissue injuries.
Due to the extent of the injuries, First Group started to investigate how the bus was being driven. Besides having CCTV cameras inside and outside of the bus, they also have another trick up their sleeve.
All of our buses are fitted with telematic equipment which reads any signs of adverse movement within the bus. So if the bus brakes too hard, corners too hard or accelerates too quickly, we will get a recording within the bus to suggest that the driver may want to alter the way he's driving the bus. And these are the sorts of things we're looking for when we see claims of this nature coming in.
Yep, you guessed it. The telematics on the bus told a completely different story to that of the claimant.
There was no evidence that any adverse movement had actually occurred, and this would mean that one of our potential fraud indicators had just been tripped.
Feeling there might have been a slip-up, Lee looked at the bus's CCTV.
We're looking to see what happens to the people around the claimant. It's not so much what they do as to what they don't do. The chap in front holding the coffee doesn't even know anything's happened until he hits the floor at his feet.
Let's have another look. Watch your coffee, mate. The bloke behind seems to be heading for a fall. In fact, for Lee, this will be great on the big screen.
I could watch this again and again all day long. His actions are comical. The way he suddenly flies forward. No one else moves. It's amazing.
And looking at it from the rear, yep, bit of a nosedive there. This potential fraudster had well and truly fallen flat on his face.
He might have been looking for an opportunity to either put himself in a position where he could make a claim or to further his acting career in the circumstances we've got here, because it's a brilliant manoeuvre he undertakes to throw himself to the floor. Fantastic.
Nonetheless, the claimant's acrobatic skills never cease to bring a smile to Lee's face.
One thing I would have loved to have seen in this footage is the other passengers holding up cards with marks on. I think I would have just made the piece absolutely brilliant.
This claimant had clearly been trying it on.
As far as we were concerned, this claim it couldn't have happened the way he'd said. Bear in mind, this happened on April Fool's Day. The biggest joke here is this chap's pathetic attempt at trying to defraud us.
On this occasion, for the claimant, it was a case of nil point. If you think our bloke on the bus's attempt to cash in was extreme, then brace yourselves, because in other parts of the world, there are people who will go to jaw-dropping lengths in order to cash in on an insurance payout. Now, driving abroad can be a daunting prospect. Unfamiliar road signs, locals who think they're Lewis Hamilton, and being on the wrong side of the road are just some of the things you need to contend with. But as these next clips show, they aren't the only things that you've got to dodge. I know this looks awful, but let's rewind a little. Is he running towards a moving car? A genuine personal injury claim could be ka-ching. But with play acting as pathetic as this, all this lad's earned himself is a proper rollicking from the driver, who tells him in no uncertain terms to get lost. Go on, pavement's over there. Maybe next time this young man will think twice before he throws himself on the bonnet of a moving car. As staged personal injury claims go, that was a pretty pitiful attempt, and sometimes it takes a man to show you how it's really done. Now, how dangerous could driving around a Korean car park be? Not dangerous at all, you say? Think again. Yep, that's another potty pedestrian running towards a moving car, only this fella really means business. And one for luck. That should do it. On the replay, this one's even worse. More of a method actor. this chap leaves nothing to chance. Yep, when it comes to driving, some people gear themselves up to try and greenlight a payout. From taking a dive into the path of moving traffic to bouncing off bonnets and bumpers. And suicidal cycling. But there are those whose attempts tend to stall. I've got to see that again. This guy's effort has definitely fallen by the wayside. But this has to be one of the most useless attempts I've seen. She can't even be bothered running at the car. Some people will do anything for a lift home. Seriously, playing dead isn't going to get this woman anywhere. Come on, get up and go home. But for any potential fraudsters out there who think this is an easy scam to a fast bit of cash, beware. Because sometimes you can wind up the wrong driver. Clearly not a fan of personal injury opportunists, this driver's taken the law into his own hands and is dishing out a bit of justice of his own. Never mind swapping details, this fella might have been better off if he'd really been hit by the car. Crash for cash is becoming a major policing issue. Cars working together to cause deliberate accidents are milking the insurance industry out of just over £390 million a year. Crash for cash starts when one or two cars move in front of the victim. The first car brakes, giving the second car a reason to come to an abrupt halt, causing the victim's car to go into the back of them. The driver of the car that's been hit can then cash in on a hefty insurance payout. Staged accidents like this have become a serious social problem, but it isn't just the insurance companies who are the victims. Reports suggest that 1 in 7 personal injury claims are linked to deliberate crashes. People are getting seriously hurt. With crash for cash crime on the rise, the police will use everything in their power to bring these criminals to justice. Passing your test and having your first car is an exciting time for everyone. But for Tom Griffiths, this all turned a bit sour when he was caught up in a crash for cash scam in March of 2012.
I thought it was all my fault, like I've driven into the back of someone, like why would I do that, or like how can I drive again if I've done this before, I can do it again. I had a few nightmares about it, like what's actually happened. I thought, you know, it could have been my life at the end of the day if I was going any faster.
With this being Tom's first accident since passing his test, he remembers it like it was yesterday.
After the incident happened, we pulled over to the side and I've got out of the car and I've looked over and I've seen the woman and man swap over in the front 2 seats.
But the fraudsters didn't stop there at trying to trick their victim.
They've asked me to write my details down, so I've started doing that, and just as I was getting my name down, they've brought a sheet of paper with all the details down before I've even wrote anything on a piece of paper. Yeah, I'd wondered why they've done it so quickly, how they would have known to have done that straight away.
Although in shock, Tom still had his wits about him.
I phoned my dad up and I said that he was on his way, and they've all really hurried up and they've all ran into the car. No injuries or anything, they just ran in and they've just drove off straight away.
For Tom's father, things didn't add up. Suspecting a possible crash for cash scam, he alerted the Metropolitan Police, where DC Roger Crawley took up the investigation.
Mr. Griffiths Sr. had seen a lot of publicity in the press, and therefore he thought that this was an induced collision and that the police should investigate it. We get information from all sorts of sources, but in those particular circumstances, to get a phone call from a father of a young man, I haven't had it before.
And Roger wasted no time in getting to the bottom of what had happened.
There were 2 vehicles in front of the victim's car. They were going round the roundabout. It looked as if both cars were committed to the exit. The front car suddenly swerved back onto the roundabout and shot off towards High Wycombe. The second vehicle slammed on its brakes and unfortunately Tom Griffiths, who was behind, wasn't able to brake in time and collide with the rear of this second vehicle.
As Roger carried out his inquiries, it appeared that Tom's family's suspicions might be right.
The male told him that he was the driver, but subsequently a note was handed to Tom Griffiths with details of Zainab Mirza on it, and the claim was that she was the driver.
As the investigation continued, the police turned their attention to the other vehicle involved in the collision and the people at the scene.
I found out that the vehicle had only been registered in Zainab Mirza's name for 12 days prior to the accident, and insurance had only been taken out 4 days earlier, both in her name and Mohammed Khalid's. I was immediately suspicious of the circumstances, and from previous experience, this is indicative perhaps that it could be an induced collision.
With the odds stacked against them, they were brought in for questioning. First up was Mercer.
When I interviewed her, she denied any knowledge of the accident. She denied she'd had any contact with Khalid, denied knowing him in any shape or form.
However, Khalid had a completely different story.
He told me that his daughter was best friends with Zainab Mirza and they went to college together, which totally threw everything that she'd said.
Khalid also denied even being at the scene of the collision, but Roger had a vital piece of evidence that well and truly blew that defence right out of the water.
There was a note that was handed by the person that purported to be the driver to Tom Griffiths. I subsequently had that forensically examined, and I was able to prove that Mohammed Khalid must have handled that note, and therefore he must have been there at the time of the collision.
With all evidence pointing toward them, the fraudsters appeared at Southwark Crown Court and pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud. Mohammed Khalid was sentenced to 10 months in prison. Zainab Mirza received 240 hours community service.
The downfall was the forensic evidence ultimately, and the fact that Tom Griffiths' father took it on himself to come to police and asked me to take up the mantle of investigating it, which we did, and obviously then we were able to get the conviction at court.
It's estimated that the cost of these fraudsters' con was going to be in the region of £10,000. But it doesn't just put a dent in the insurers' pockets. When it comes to car insurance for young, inexperienced drivers, it's an expensive game, with cover costing on average over £1,000.
Well, Tom Griffiths was only 19 years old, and as anyone will know, 19-year-olds pay a huge amount of insurance. If they have an insurance claim, that premium is going to go up enormously. Therefore, it's very unfair on somebody of that age to have to pay increased premiums for something that really wasn't their fault.
And news of the conviction has helped Tom to move on.
The fact that they face justice now, I can go out and live my life, I can drive normally. I feel like I was just the unfortunate one in the wrong place at the wrong time, really. Just I couldn't have done anything else what happened.
Jetting off to South America to go backpacking sounds like a once-in-a-lifetime trip for most people. Taking in the sights and sounds of Venezuela would be a dream. But sometimes, the dream can turn sour. Fortunately, Simon Cook from Sega was on hand when one tourist trip turned into the holiday from hell.
The customer told us he had been robbed at gunpoint and kidnapped in Venezuela. We take reports of kidnappings and robberies at gunpoint extremely seriously because this could be an entirely genuine claim.
However, in the midst of this crisis, the claimant didn't approach the insurer in the usual fashion, but via email.
The email was quite strange because in the subject line, the customer had written urgent with exclamation marks, and then in the body of the email had stated he had been kidnapped and robbed.
From the start, the customer's behaviour was cause for concern.
We didn't understand why he wouldn't have just picked up the phone and called us. For such a serious incident, such as a kidnapping, you would think that the customer would want to speak with someone straight away to see how we can help him, give him some advice on to go and see the consulate or something like that.
Considering it was such a traumatic experience, the claimant's actions were suspicious enough. But the items he was claiming for just didn't make any sense.
The £8,000 claimed was for all manner of designer clothing, fishing equipment.
A fishing rod? He obviously thought Sega were going to fall for this hook, line and sinker.
He had also claimed $1,000 for personal care, which we just didn't understand what that was for.
Personal care? I don't either, mate. But it seemed like this potential fraudster had intentions of being the best-dressed backpacker in town.
It's quite unusual for your average backpacker to be carrying around £3,000 worth of designer clothing as they trek round South America.
Suits you, sir, but it wasn't just the claimant's dapper dress sense that set off alarm bells.
It's extremely unusual for someone to take out insurance cover solely for personal possessions, especially if they're backpacking around South America. You would expect them to also take out medical cover. Whilst the customer is entitled to take out whatever cover they feel is appropriate, we certainly think it's a bit of a red flag if a customer who's backpacking around South America wouldn't take out medical insurance.
Since it had been such a serious incident, the insurer thought there would be something in the media, but their search threw up nothing.
The police report made absolutely no mention that the customer had been kidnapped, which is extremely unusual as we see many police reports from all over the world, and something as serious as this, whether it's in Venezuela or the UK, would be listed on the police report.
When the claimant submitted his travel documents, he failed to get off to a flying start.
We noted there were several irregularities in the booking invoice that he provided. Firstly, the airline flight number didn't relate to the said airline. We also noted the airline didn't even operate a route that was shown on the booking invoice, which was very strange. And one of the internal flights was 8 hours prior to him even arriving in the USA.
Yes, pointing out that you hadn't even landed in the US at the time was definitely a slip-up.
We were not happy that this was a genuine booking invoice at this point.
No matter how many times the claimant tried, he just couldn't seem to get his claim off the ground.
We challenged the customer with the irregularities, and he told us that he had provided us the wrong booking invoice. He then subsequently provided us with another booking invoice, and again there were more irregularities within that because it showed the booking was 6 months prior to him even taking out the policy.
To Sega, it was obvious that this potential fraudster had been looking for the sympathy vote.
By reporting a kidnapping at gunpoint, I believe the customer thought that we would have more sympathy towards the circumstances that he's presented, when in fact that actually just raises more alarm bells.
But the insurer wasn't going to be held to ransom.
The fact that the customer provided us with a false booking invoice does cast serious doubts as to whether the kidnapping even occurred.
For Sega, this was a case of hands up.
This wasn't a well-thought-out fraud at all. Unsurprisingly, we haven't heard anything further from the customer since we rejected the claim. He certainly wasn't a master criminal.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a sports car's anti-fraud technology puts the brakes on a fraudster's lie.
You understand the car's just been stolen?
Yes, mate. Well, it was between 10 o'clock last night and I've only just noticed it's been gone, mate, yeah.
I'll tell you now, sir, there's a tracker in it.
Excellent.
A drinker attempts to make a claim despite CCTV knocking back their story.
The response we received back was that they were proceeding with the claim. We were shocked. How you can even suggest that that was a genuine claim was beyond Wetherspoons.
And how this seemingly innocent hot dog purchase is connected to a notorious fraud ring. With over 400,000 cars written off every year, drivers can be left stranded if they don't have replacement wheels. That's where credit hire companies come in. Neil Thomas is the Director of Investigation Services at APU.
What happens with credit hire is if a motorist is involved in a non-fault accident, they're entitled in law to a replacement like-for-like car.
So, if another driver damages your car in an accident that's their fault, the insurers will go to a credit hire company to source a hire car for you. Accident Exchange is a UK-wide credit hire company that specialises in the luxury end of the market. They have in excess of 2,000 top-of-the-range cars.
So we're talking Bentleys, Ferraris, Audi R8s, mainly the prestige side of the business, probably worth about in excess of £50 million worth of vehicles.
The fleet of mind-blowing motors is a fraudster's dream, so Accident Exchange has developed its own high-security technology. Neil recently investigated a case that was jump-started by the car's onboard security device. It all began innocently enough.
Mr. Kenton came into Accident Exchange because he'd had a genuine accident, so his car was damaged. He's entitled in law to a like-for-like replacement.
And that's what he got, an Audi TT convertible. But soon after taking delivery of the replacement car, Kenton rang Accident Exchange to report that disaster had struck again.
What he actually said on the phone call was that the car had been stolen.
Good afternoon. Can I take your claim reference, please?
I don't actually know it. I'm just ringing up to see if I can get some details off you guys. I've got the Audi TT.
Right.
It's been stolen, but the police have asked me to contact you guys to see who the registered keepers are.
The Accident Exchange claims handler asked Mr. Kenton for his take on how the car could have been stolen. No easy task with the vehicle's high security features.
Mr. Kenton thought that the keys had dropped from his toolbox when he went into the house, and he presumed that somebody had picked up the keys and stolen the car with the keys. When we looked at the explanation given by the client, it was clear that something wasn't right.
But at this stage, they weren't sure what. Luckily, the enhanced security technology would reveal all, and the team called Mr. Kenton to let him know.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello.
Hello, is that protection unit? Understand the car's just been stolen?
Yes, mate. Well, it was between 10 o'clock last night and I've only just noticed it's been gone, mate, yeah.
I'll tell you now, sir, there's a tracker in it.
Excellent.
So chances are we might be able to recover that.
Perfect.
Was he putting on a front, or was he genuinely pleased to hear about the tracker? The onboard technology, known as telematics, was about to uncover the truth.
The telematics device takes the data directly from the car. It's almost like a black box inside an aeroplane. You can capture a lot of useful data, how the vehicle is performing.
And critically, where and when it's being driven. Using the telematics info, Neil was able to accurately track the car's location throughout the night in question.
He'd done a number of journeys. The vehicle had been filled up with fuel at a petrol station.
The refuelling happened some hours after Mr. Kenton said he'd last used the car, which meant, crucially, that the petrol station's CCTV cameras would reveal the identity of the thief.
Looking at the CCTV, we can clearly see the Audi TT driving up to the petrol pump. We can even see that the roof is down, which is good from CCTV evidence point of view.
Interestingly, when the driver gets out of the vehicle, it's not the thief, it's Mr. Kenton. So this is key bit of evidence.
Far from supporting Mr. Kenton's story, the CCTV blew it apart. The car had been in his possession all along. He'd been caught lying about the car being stolen, and further analysis of the telematics data revealed that's not all he'd been up to that night.
From there, he'd have been driven around again, and about 4:30 in the morning, he'd have been involved in a serious collision. The speeds we're talking about are probably in excess of 90 miles an hour prior to the collision. The collision itself was approximately 66 miles per hour. The vehicle has hit a number of stationary vehicles. He's lucky not to be injured, and he ran off from the scene. So, there's a number of innocent motorists there that have had their cars damaged.
He'd been speeding, smashed into multiple vehicles and then left the scene of the accident, which was enough to drive him to lie about the car being stolen.
As an ex-police officer, I've dealt with a number of serious collisions. In my opinion, it's ridiculous speed to drive through a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, regardless of whatever time of day or night it is. It was fortunate in a way that it happened at 4:30 in the morning without any pedestrians around. Goodness knows what would have happened if it had been 4:30 in the afternoon.
Although no one had been hurt, the car itself had reached the end of the road.
Our vehicle, the Audi TT, which is worth about £35,000, was written off, totally written off by the insurance company.
Mr. Kenton had told a very expensive lie, and Neil's team went to pay him a visit.
It was key for us to actually ask the client face-to-face exactly what had happened. He said in his statement to us he'd last seen the car at 10 o'clock the previous night. Didn't know anything about the accident, didn't know anything about the theft. So we've got the recorded phone call, and we've got the written statement of truth from Mr. Kenton. All of that, alongside the telematics data, showed that he wasn't telling the truth, and actually proves beyond doubt that he's lied when he said the car was stolen.
The evidence was passed to the police and the case went to court.
Pleaded guilty to dangerous driving and perverting the course of justice, where he was sentenced to 14 months imprisonment. It just goes to show the seriousness the court system take this sort of offence.
Later, a personal injury claim for faulty furniture is toppled by CCTV.
It's quite clear from the footage that it didn't happen. It's quite clear from the footage that she broke our chair, and it was quite clear from the footage that it wasn't a genuine accident and no injuries were sustained.
And a claimant goes on the defensive when their motor insurance scam is stopped in its tracks.
When you get asked certain questions, where did you buy it? Have I lost it before? It makes you think, well, could there have been another circumstance or dilemma that you're trying to oppose?
A big growth area in the fight against fraud is in specialist consultants, like Tara Shelton of ICOG. She uses techniques that identify fraud more swiftly than normal, all thanks to her remarkable background as a police officer with a psychology degree. She can spot a fraudster with just a phone call.
We use nearly 30 indicators to assist us in assessing that claim. I'm obviously not going to tell you what they are because I don't want to divulge that. Well, one obvious trend that is presented to us case by case is where customers answer a question with a question to buy themselves thinking time of how to respond.
This comes under the umbrella of what Tara terms evasive behaviour.
They will intentionally try and divert the call handler away from the discussion at that present time. It may be because they feel uncomfortable, and it may be because they haven't prepared enough.
As far as Tara's concerned, there's no one type of person who commits insurance fraud.
I think the people that make claims actually range in how they present themselves, so you will get the individuals that are stupid. You will also get the individuals that don't even think that an insurer would assess a claim, and that you should simply provide a police crime number and an invoice, and that's all that's required.
These are the ones that totally underestimate Tara and her associates in the industry. These days, all the information that's provided is analysed and cross-checked. So fraudsters with skeletons in their closets find their past can come back to haunt them. Neil McFarlane is the managing director of TH March & Co. a company that provides specialist insurance for jewellery. They were contacted by a man who'd taken out a policy with the company.
The claimants originally notified us relating to a ring and a chunky gold bracelet which were stolen by means of assault by two raiders, with the combined value coming in at just under £10,000.
Just had the most horrendous weekend, and I got mugged outside my house in broad daylight. Just a very stressful weekend, put it that way. How's your weekend been better than mine?
Being mugged isn't something you'd normally laugh about, and that wasn't the only bizarre thing about the claimant's behaviour.
What we found slightly unusual about the circumstance of this claim was that the assault took place outside the claimant's home. Rather than go back into his house, he got into his car, drove to an unknown destination, and sat in his car for half an hour before contacting the police.
The claimant's version of events simply didn't ring true.
Because the value of this claim was nearly £10,000, and the fact it wasn't immediately reported to the police straight after the incident, we found this to be slightly suspicious. If I'd been assaulted outside my house, I don't know about you, but the first thing I would have done is gone back inside my home and phoned the police from there so they could attend the scene of the crime and then carry out a search in the local area for the perpetrators of that particular attack.
TH March decided that before the claim could be progressed, they needed more information.
What made this particular case difficult was that upon further questioning, the claimant became quite evasive and tried to derail the conversation and take it away from the facts trying to be established.
It wasn't just my jewellery they took a wallet as well, with on card in it and stuff like that. So yeah, very informative. So whatever the procedure is, what's the procedure now?
The claimant tries to steer the conversation away from the details of what happened and towards the claim's procedure. Concerned, TH March looked into his past insurance history.
And what we found slightly strange is that 12 months beforehand, this particular claimant had also been assaulted at his home, again by two attackers. Now, the chances of being assaulted once are quite remote. The chance of being assaulted twice within a 12-month period is extremely remote.
So his home was either some sort of mugging hotspot, or there was something decidedly dubious about the claim. Either way, TH March's investigations uncovered new evidence which meant the whole claim was indefinitely detained.
When we found out that he had a string of previous convictions, which he did not disclose at the time of taking the policy, which made the policy worthless.
When the claimant found out they'd rumbled his criminal past, he still tried to persist, assuming that a bit of smooth talking would sort everything out.
When I actually took the policy out, there was I had like a criminal conviction a while back, which I didn't think was relevant. So I actually clicked no instead of yes on the on the question. If the premium was higher on the basis of having a criminal conviction when taking the policy out, that would come out of the final settlement of the claim. Is that correct?
Nope, as was clearly stated in the wording of the policy. Realising that not mentioning his past convictions means the chance of a payout is starting to look like ancient history, the man then attempts to plead his case.
I mean, just completely out of interest, when you take an insurance out, what does it actually, what does it actually, why should that affect an insurance anyway? I mean, I can understand, if there was stuff on it like insurance fraud and stuff like that, then clearly you wouldn't take it. Somebody wouldn't insure somebody.
Exactly.
I don't think it should be a problem, really.
Yeah.
Well, he might not have thought it was a problem, but it wasn't up to him.
We feel that due to the circumstances of this particular claim, it is highly likely that it was a fraudulent claim.
Unsurprisingly, this jewellery claim had lost its sparkle. It was rejected and the premium returned.
My advice to anybody taking out a policy of insurance is be completely truthful. Honesty is always the best policy.
For some, a quiet pint in the local can be a great way to kickstart the weekend after a busy week. What you don't expect is to be seriously injured. This CCTV shows a pub manager from UK-wide chain JD Wetherspoon hurrying to attend to an incident in the beer garden. A woman who claims to have been injured is seen next to a broken chair. She then hobbles back into the pub, assisted by a pal. Katie Doyle is part of JD Wetherspoon's in-house legal team. They were contacted by the injured woman's representatives with an account of what had happened.
We received a letter from the claimant solicitors outlining that the claimant had a fall in the beer garden. The claimant said that she was sitting on the chair collapsed, and when the chair collapsed, she obviously sustained personal injury.
The woman was claiming that the accident had happened as a result of a defective chair, and therefore the pub was at fault. On the face of it, her account matched what the pub manager had observed when he first arrived on the scene of the accident. But what the claimant didn't count on was another witness in the form of the pub garden's CCTV camera.
The pub manager revealed that he had the CCTV footage, and it wasn't as the claimant was saying it was.
In fact, rewinding the footage reveals a very different story. 6.5 minutes before the pub manager was called out to help the injured woman, this was what had happened.
The claimant was sitting at one end of the beer garden, but it was in the shade. She then decided to move with the rest of her party to the other side of the beer garden. They then realised that the arm of the chair was a little bit wobbly. She started wobbling the arm of the chair.
Something tells me she wasn't a qualified carpenter interested in the chair's construction.
They then broke the arm of the chair. What they then realised is that this could be a potential claim. So they picked up the chair, moved it and positioned it on its side on the floor, at which point the claimant positioned herself as if the chair had collapsed from beneath her.
The pub manager is then called and comes out to offer assistance.
So it was clear from the CCTV footage that the incident didn't occur as the claimant was saying it did. She broke the chair and caused the chair to then be a hazard. So alarm bells started to ring at head office. The legal department obviously realised that it wasn't a genuine claim.
The legal team informed the claimant's solicitors that due to the CCTV evidence, they weren't going to admit liability. At this point, they expected the claimant to take a seat.
The response we received back was that they were proceeding with the claim. We were at fault, and that we had a responsibility to the customer to provide a chair that was safe. They were going to continue to the end with the claim, and they would fight it to the courts if they needed to. We were shocked. How you can even suggest that that was a genuine claim was beyond Wetherspoons. It's quite clear from the footage that it didn't happen. It's quite clear from the footage that she broke our chair, and it was quite clear from the footage that it wasn't a genuine accident and no injuries were sustained.
The legal team then sent the solicitors a copy of the footage to prove the woman's claim hadn't got legs.
I think it was at that point that she realised that she'd been found out.
Wetherspoons had well and truly got the measure of the claimant, and they never heard from her again.
They are opportunists, and that's all they are. They're looking for a quick buck, and because we are a big company, they presume that we've got money and that they can pursue a successful claim against us, which is actually quite frustrating.
The Wetherspoons one didn't even bother to fake a fall. But across the pond, the fraudsters are a bit more method, throwing themselves into the role to put on a convincing performance. What could be more American than a family outing that combines shopping and fast food? Seen here entering his local supermarket, Tommy Masterson goes straight to the snack section to stock up on a hot dog. Minutes later, an apparently unrelated incident occurs when, in another part of the supermarket, Lisa Vanilla suffers a horrific accident. The dramatic fall leaves her floored and helpless. Other shoppers rush to the women's apparel section to help. And the Phoenix Fire Department is on the scene within minutes, ensuring that the stricken shopper is given the first aid she so desperately requires. Vanilla later contacted the supermarket to claim compensation for her injuries, which she alleged have been caused by slipping on an unattended hot dog. She claimed the company had been negligent by not making the floor safe for shoppers. The supermarket decided to check out her story, and investigators studied the store's CCTV. It was only then that they realised that Masterson's hot dog purchase and Vanilla's fall were in fact related. The fall certainly looks dramatic, but seconds before, Masterson appears, hot dog in hand, apparently scanning the area. He quickly places his hot dog on the floor, motions to his small companion to keep quiet, and then scarpers. Exactly 10 seconds later, Lisa Vanilla appears with her basket, and in the exact place where Masterson left the hot dog, she executes her fall. Let's see that again. Hot dog down. Slip up. Fake accident ahoy. They were in it together, but their plan had hit a snag. The CCTV footage showed they'd been telling porkies about Vanilla's accident. Far from suffering a freak injury involving an errant sausage, Masterson had deliberately placed it on the floor for his accomplice to slip on. The supermarket wasn't prepared to swallow the slippery hot dog story. They threw out the claim and passed their evidence to the authorities. It subsequently emerged that the dubious duo had used the slip and fall scam in 2 other locations, each time claiming that a hazardous hot dog had been the main culprit. If Masterson and Vanilla thought their scam would bring home the bacon, they were wrong. At court, they both pleaded guilty to insurance fraud. Masterson received 3 years probation and a fine, and Vanilla was sentenced to a year in the slammer. "20 years ago, car theft stood at over 600,000 per year. But thanks to advances in vehicle security, thefts have dropped to a fraction of that total. Even so, it's still a major concern for drivers. One policyholder who experienced this firsthand was Miss Carr. LV's Claire Lunn worked on the case.
Claim was reported to the LV Claims Department, and it involved the theft of a BMW, which was worth in the region of £10,000.
So when was it that you discovered the vehicle missing?
When I returned to the car, which was around about 8 in the evening.
Okay, so what are the chances that anyone known or connected to you could have taken the vehicle?
I would say pretty small.
During the phone call, Miss Carr seemed vague about the details and the insurers became concerned.
The sequence of events that she gave with regards to the theft of a vehicle were inconsistent, and therefore we felt that we needed to investigate it further.
During a subsequent call, the claims handler requested the vehicle documents and the keys, the claimant having confirmed that she still had both sets.
So if obviously you have both the keys, how do you believe the vehicle was taken?
To be honest, I wouldn't even know, and I would like to know. I don't see how anybody, I know it's not impossible, but I don't think anyone has the right or can see how someone could even do that, bang out of order.
Bang out of order is a description that could also be applied to the keys that she eventually sent in.
When we received the 2 sets of keys, they were obviously different. They were a different shape, different size, a different weight, and when we investigated one set of the keys in more detail, it literally sort of broke in our hands. At this point, you immediately start to doubt what the insured has told us about the circumstances relating to the theft, and you start wondering what's happened to the original keys, and were they used to steal the vehicle.
The keys were sent off for testing, and the claims handler called again to try and unlock the inconsistencies in the case.
So you supplied 2 keys to us?
Yes.
Do you have any other vehicles at all?
No at all.
Anyone that you know with the BMW at all?
No.
Both the keys that you supplied, have you used both of them?
No, I've only ever had to use one.
Do you know which key it was that you used? Was it the newer looking key or was it the other key?
Oh, I wouldn't know. The one that I normally use is the one with the, what would I call it? It's got the BMW kind of rectangle fob on it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't they both like that?
Even Miss Carr seemed unsure which key was which, and she started to go on the defensive.
When you get asked certain questions, where did you buy it? Have I lost it before? It makes you think, well, could there have been another circumstance or dilemma that you're trying to oppose? I'm not sure.
It is obviously part of our inquiry to get as much information as possible, you see.
Oh, okay.
The key manufacturers then came back to LV with the results of the tests.
They advised that the key that had fallen apart was a false key, and the other key wasn't actually registered to the claimant's vehicle and hadn't actually been used since 2010. So we now knew that the claimant had actually told us an untruth.
With evidence that Miss Carr had lied, Claire felt she had more than enough grounds to shut the door on the case.
At that point, we repudiated the claim and we passed our concerns on to the police.
They launched an investigation, and finally the true story of the missing car was revealed.
The police discovered that our claimant had in fact arranged with a male associate for them to take her vehicle and sell a vehicle for parts. The theft of the vehicle never occurred, and it was a staged theft all along. The male associate stood to gain financially from the sale of the vehicle and the parts, and our claimant put in a fraudulent claim so that they were going to gain financially from an insurance claim in the region of £10,000.
It was a brazen attempt to defraud the insurers and dispose of the vehicle. But Miss Carr wasn't prepared to walk away with nothing once her claim was rejected.
She then called the male and demanded 50% of the money that he'd made from the vehicle. When he refused to give her any money, then she threatened the male to say that she'd actually contact the police and say that he'd stolen her vehicle. Fortunately for the man, he had thought to record the call recordings between him and our claimant, and he passed those over to the police for their investigation.
With the evidence closing in, the case proceeded to court.
Our claimant, Miss Carr, was prosecuted and found guilty of fraud. She received a fine of £620 and was ordered to complete 200 hours of community service. This sends out a strong message to any have-a-go fraudster that insurance is not an easy target and that we will push for the most severe sentence.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, IFED come face to face with a fraudster who saw an opportunity to make a quick buck.
Our colleagues in there found like a concealed drawer, which these items had been disguised in.
A bus passenger has a close shave with her mascara brush.
At the very least, I would have expected maybe a lipstick mark from the mouth to the ear.
And the victims of stolen dogs bite back at insurance scammers.
The insurance fraudsters, they damage stolen dogs, they damage missing dogs, just for money. You better not ask me what I think of them.
In January 2012, the police joined the fight against insurance fraud by forming an elite squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
It's a group of over 40 officers and civilians that investigate insurance fraud. to anyone thinking of committing this type of fraud. You leave yourself open to being arrested, convicted and ultimately imprisoned.
They've made over 660 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. If you are committing insurance fraud in England and Wales, we'll find you.
IFED often find that if a criminal thinks they can get away with it, then they'll keep trying, sometimes even with the same claim. Scott Clayton is a claims fraud and investigation manager at Zurich Insurance, and he finds himself dealing with this sort of claim on a regular basis.
This type of fraud is really common because people see an insurance policy as an opportunity to make money. So if an incident happens, they can think about exaggerating it or make events up. So it's where you've got an insurance policy that's paying out cash, then it's that cash angle that's attractive to some people.
Back in October 2012, Zurich found themselves at the centre of one particular fraudster's money-making schemes. Meet electrician Kevin Turner.
Kevin Turner submitted a claim for the theft of tools from his van. He claimed that it was broken into, the tools had been stolen, and he submitted photographs of the damage to the van and also documentation to verify the purchases of them. That was something that we considered in view of the evidence, and we paid him £5,000 for that claim.
With £5,000 in his back pocket, Turner thought this was the perfect con. So he did it again, and again, and again, using the same documents each time. 3 claims were paid out, netting him £15,000. But it was his 4th attempt that stopped him in his tracks. When Turner's case landed on IFED's desk in September 2013, DC Aman Taylor decided it was time for a home visit to search for evidence to bring this criminal down.
On the 4th claim, they've queried the insurance claim, and that insurance investigator will go out and make inquiries with the companies that provided the invoices. That tool hire company have been spoken to and have stated that they've never sold any tools to our suspect. What we'll look to do this morning is to go in, arrest our suspect and then search for any items relating to any offence, particularly fraud.
For IFED, the early bird catches the worm.
We arrive quite early in the morning, normally because that's the best time to catch people in. Is Kevin in? We're from the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department of the City London Police, and we need to speak to him, all right?
Unfortunately, Turner's not home, but the person who answered the door gets on the blower straight away.
He's at work, he's working nights, so we've just phoned him and he's coming back. He'll be back within the hour so that we can hopefully speak to him there.
Never deterred, the IFED team patiently sit and wait for Turner to arrive home.
It looks like the suspect's returned home, so we'll go speak to him now, arrest him and look at searching.
Finally, this fraudster is in Aman's sights.
You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation, OK? You don't have to say anything at man with defence, you don't meet you in question. Something you later line in court and anything you do so over giving evidence, all right?
Got what?
No, we're going to search his property under Section 32 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, all right? A lot of people have a misconception that the police need a warrant to enter every single property for every single reason, but we are afforded powers. We're going to be looking for a laptop or computer. Is going to be the biggest item, and they're looking for any other insurance documentation or any documentation relating to tools or tool hire.
Still to come. As they hunt for evidence in Basildon, IFED find more than they bargained for.
It's something that I've not seen before in 9 years of policing.
And further afield in Uganda, a holidaymaker's method of payment catches an insurer's eye.
He had paid for all of the treatment in cash, but unfortunately he didn't have any documentary evidence to prove where the cash originated from.
When banged up and doing a stretch at Her Majesty's pleasure, you'd assume that fraudsters wouldn't think of attempting to scam the system. not necessarily so. Take, for example, inmate Sean McGuigan, who had an unfortunate accident on some stairs. Fortunately, Colin Wells is on hand to investigate all trips, slips and the resulting claims at HMP Dovegate.
Mr McGuigan had an accident on the stairs by falling over a broom handle. He was reporting soft tissue injuries to his right ankle and also soft tissue injuries to his back.
The first thing Colin did was to check out the footage from the prison security cameras.
On first viewing the CCTV, I initially just looked at the fall itself. The prison custody officer come along and the actual event of his fall. It was from there that I decided to go a bit further back to see what the incident, to see why the broom was there, really.
This CCTV footage was taken at the scene of the accident. Keep your eye on the guy circled. Looks like he's clocked the broom.
He actually picked up the broom and put it through the stairs. He waited a minute or so and then did the same again. And he did it a third time.
Be careful, mate. Someone might fall over.
He walked around, had a look at it. He was happy with the position of the broom handle and went up the stairs. Waited for a prison custody officer to walk along as his witness.
Here's McGuigan at the top of the stairs, loitering with intent. Circled to the right is the officer walking towards him.
And then he went down the stairs and did his fall over the broom handle and landed on the floor. It was pre-planned. You know, he took the effort to put everything in place from the broom handle. He waited for the custody officer to walk along towards him at the scene because it would act as an excellent witness when it would go to court.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before a claim landed on Colin's desk.
We dismissed the claim outright. I spoke to Staffordshire Police and started our own prosecution against Mr McGuigan for submitting a fraudulent claim.
In familiar surroundings, even the most cunning fraudster can become a bit forgetful.
I think it was the meticulous planning or staging the event that led to his downfall. He had the broom handle, he adjusted it 3 times, and I don't think he was aware of there are cameras around it recording every moment, and it was the 2 camera angles that put it all together. Yeah, I believe that prisoners do forget that the cameras are there. They become a bit blasé. You know, they see them every day and they just forget.
McGuigan definitely tripped up here. He was only inside for just over a month, but as he found out, crime doesn't pay.
The outcome at court was Mr McGuigan pleaded guilty to the charge of fraud. He was given a fine in order to pay the costs.
However, the award for trying it on goes to...
In this case, Mr McGuigan was a successful actor. He actually conducted the fall quite well. There are Oscars to be given in this case.
Take a bow, Mr McGuigan. Oh, sorry, I mean fall. With around 8.5 million pet pooches in the UK, it's fair to say we're a nation of dog lovers. Owning a dog isn't cheap, but thankfully insurers are on hand to help foot the bill in our canine companions' time of need. However, as Simon Wheeler from Agria knows all too well, some policyholders can be accused of barking up the wrong tree.
When the claim first came in, the notification was that a puppy had been put in the back garden and tied by its lead to a cage in the garden, and the policyholder suspected it had been stolen.
Straight away, the claim raised an eyebrow or two.
The value of the puppy was £2,000. When you consider Maltese Terriers, probably a normal price of one would be somewhere between the £800 to £1,200.
With no receipt to support their claim, the purchase price of the puppy seemed more than a tad excessive.
The breeder described the puppy as the perfect puppy. It had exactly the right markings, it was exactly the right colour, and they'd considered keeping it for themselves, but the policyholder had been insistent that they'd fallen in love with the puppy, and so begrudgingly the breeder had let the puppy go, but for a price.
Once Agria starts investigating a claim, they're like a dog with a bone.
We would expect a person who's lost their new puppy to do everything possible to try and find that puppy. They made a cursory phone call to the police to say it had gone missing, but they'd done nothing else.
A half-hearted attempt to find the puppy wasn't the only thing the investigation dug up.
There were no veterinary records, so the puppy had never seen a vet, it had not been inoculated. When we probed and asked why they hadn't put more effort into finding the puppy, they said that when they'd spoken to the police had volunteered that they would place the advertisement for them in the local newspaper. With the best will in the world, no, our police are stretched horrendously at the moment. That's just not something that they can do.
However, this insurer wasn't going to roll over and declined the claim. But to their surprise, the puppy's owner then changed their story.
The policyholder came back to us and said, well, actually, I did advertise the puppy had been lost, and I did have some posters made and distributed, and actually sent us a copy of the poster. They said they'd been on really strong painkillers at the time, and that had clouded their memory, and that they had no recollection of the initial conversations with our claims investigators.
An unlikely tale, and when the poster arrived at Agria's offices, their suspicions were confirmed.
So we looked at the puppy in the poster, and bizarrely, the puppy in the poster was one of the puppies currently for sale for that breeder.
This potential fraudster had really made a dog's dinner out of their claim.
We wrote to the policyholder, told them of our findings, alerted them to our claims investigation activities, and suggested that we should meet with them. We never heard from them again.
It was the owner's lack of effort to find their pet that alerted Agria to this claim. But someone who genuinely did lose their dog and has stopped at nothing to find her is Sarah Williams from Cornwall, whose beloved spaniel Pup was stolen back in November 2013.
I never knew how much dog theft hurt, how deep that hurt goes, how deep that pain goes. They stole her from a kennel with 3 other dogs. They broke the lock, they opened the door, those dogs would have piled out. They put them back and shut the door and took the pup away. They knew exactly which dog they were going to have. The first thing was disbelief.
Sarah used all means to try and find her.
We knew that we had to use social media, we knew. I also emailed all the local vets and the vets in Devon, rang the rescues all around.
And her exhaustive search didn't end there.
We put her on a dog's loss, and they actually told us what to do. They gave us some advice. They give you a ready-made poster, all you got to do is print it up. And at least it meant we were doing something.
But Sarah is still searching.
It had a huge impact. And we were so naive, we thought we'd get her back. We thought with so much confidence in a microchip, and it means nothing if they're not scanning. It's 17 months and she's not been scanned. Well, that's worrying in itself, because it means she may not have ever gone to a vet.
And she has no sympathy for those who try to take advantage of their pet insurance.
The insurance fraudsters, they devalue us. They take away our credibility. They damage stolen dogs. They damage missing dogs just for money. You better not ask me what I think of them.
It's 17 months since Pup was taken, but for Sarah, it feels like it was yesterday.
She's nearly 2. She was 5 months when we last saw her. That's what dog theft is. It destroys you.
Uganda, a beautiful country to visit with its exquisite scenery, extreme sports, and gorilla trails. One thing you have to be aware of when holidaying on the African continent are tropical diseases like malaria. Being ill abroad can be a painful scenario, but thankfully Simon Cook from Sega is on hand for just this type of emergency.
The customer contacted our claims department to make a claim for medical treatment for malaria. There are some parts of the world where you're more prone to catching malaria, and Uganda certainly is one of those countries.
The customer was claiming nearly £4,000 for the cost of medical treatment due to the illness.
The costs were particularly high. Due to the international nature of our business, we're very well versed in knowing what medical costs should be in the various countries.
Despite the cost, at first glance it seemed the claim was legit, but then Sega's suspicions were aroused.
The customer told us that he had paid for all of the treatment in cash, but unfortunately he didn't have any documentary evidence to prove where the cash originated from. If there isn't an auditable trace of the cash, you do have to question whether it was cash used to pay for the medical treatment.
Good afternoon, Seeger Special Investigations, how can I help you?
Unhappy with the claimant's version of events, Sega got their Special Investigations Unit on the case and asked for more evidence to support the claim.
We initially reviewed the documentation that was provided to us, and we noted there was a lot of handwritten bills, which we were slightly suspicious about.
It wasn't just the bills that added to their list of concerns.
It is possible that the customer could have been charged similar to what he had claimed if he was treated at one of the well-known hospitals in Uganda. However, we had never actually heard of this hospital before.
Still suspicious, Sega weren't about to get the checkbook out just yet, so they instructed an investigator in Uganda to visit the hospital and delve a bit further.
The doctor told our investigator that he was a personal friend of our customer.
But then he put his size 9s in it.
The doctor was very open and honest with us, and he said that he did treat his friend, our customer. However, he didn't charge him for the treatment.
It didn't end there. The doctor then landed the claimant in it again.
It was rather strange because the doctor actually told us that some of the documents that his friend had provided to us were in fact false.
Ouch. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Back in the UK, armed with the doctor's statement, Sega's next port of call was the potential fraudster.
When we challenged the customer with the evidence that we obtained, he said that he didn't even know the doctor, but we did some social media searches and we proved otherwise.
Was this claimant still being economical with the truth? Sega explored a bit more.
The social media searches showed that they had actually been friends for quite a long period of time.
Confronted with Sega's mountain of evidence, the claimant began to have a change of heart.
Whilst the customer didn't fully admit the fraud, he did ask for the claim to be withdrawn and agreed to repay our investigation costs, which I think said a lot about the claim.
When it comes to getting around town, we use all modes of transport, from buses to trains and cars. The adventurous ones of us might even use a push bike. But with a whopping 4.7 billion bus journeys every year, the occasional accident is inevitable. At First Group, these cases tend to fall in the lap of Lee Ingram.
On the 26th of June 2013, near Wakefield, one of our buses has managed to clip some railings as it's approaching a roundabout. It's caused some minimal damage to the railings and a negligible amount of damage to the bus itself.
Here's the bus at the time of the accident. The bus just brushes past the railings. No real impact there. It's more a case of blink and you'll miss it. However, to First Group's surprise, one passenger thought the crash was a lot more serious.
Despite the rather minor nature of the collision itself and there being only a couple of people on the bus, we did still receive a personal injury claim from one of the passengers that alleged she'd been jolted in her seat during the collision.
Well, here she is. But hang on a minute. Collision?
She's alleging that she's got pains to her neck, back. This is radiated into her shoulders.
Apparently this woman was so traumatised that she had a case of hodophobia.
Within 24 hours, she's developed a fear of travel, rather strangely.
But First Group weren't convinced.
It's more traumatic crossing the road probably every day than what's happened in this situation.
With the prospect of paying out up to £5,000, First Group investigated further. Their first port of call was the bus's CCTV.
On this occasion, it shows the bus driver pulling over. As he's approached this roundabout, he leaves his cab, realising that he's clipped the railings. There is a claimant at the back of the bus, and she's casually applying her makeup using a hand mirror.
Now, just in case we missed something earlier, let's have a closer look. This is the time of the accident, and you can see our claimant at the back of the bus. Here we go. Nope, no serious collision. And not even a flinch from the claimant.
I would have expected to see a lot more movement from the jolt that she's alleging, and the fear of travel, that doesn't put the fear into me.
Her makeup's looking good, though.
You can see that She knows something's happened. She's just obviously sat there and thought, I can work with this, I can try and make some money out of it. The makeup is casually being applied throughout the whole incident. At the very least, I would have expected maybe a lipstick mark from the mouth to the ear. Alternatively, at the worst scenario, a trip to A&E to remove a mascara brush from her eye or something like that.
First Group had no doubt that the claimant's story was more than a little far-fetched.
I would say that this was an opportunistic claim. There's a definite situation. We know the bus has hit the railings. It's one of those cases where someone's just thought, I can make some money here. So inevitably the claim follows, but the allegations that are made just don't fit the level of impact. So yeah, it's a pretty poor attempt on her part.
Her makeup might have been intact, but the claimant ended up red-faced.
We repudiated it in full. Subsequently, the claimant's solicitors wrote to us and said the claim was being withdrawn, so we knew it had gone away. It's not really a shock, is it? I mean, when you look at the footage, it couldn't really have happened the way that she said it had. I would like to probably apologise on behalf of this girl to all those people that had genuine claims in at the time. Maybe they were slightly delayed due to this time waster, really.
Previously, IFED were in pursuit of fraudster Kevin Turner, who had submitted 4 fraudulent claims.
Is Kevin in the Affiliate Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department in the City London Police? We need to speak to him, all right?
IFED's patience pays off as a few hours later their man Turner returns home.
You're under arrest on suspicion of fraud by false representation, OK?
With Turner having made 4 identical claims for tools stolen from his van, IFED are looking for any evidence to help secure a conviction.
He said he didn't have any insurance documentation when we initially asked him. Our colleagues in there found like a concealed drawer, which these items had been disguised in. As you can see from the docs there, it's got a number of power tools and items. There, a receipt from the tool company, which he's been supplying the invoices to the insurance company as proof. So that's more good evidence of exactly what's been going on. Some more receipts there, one for £900 for a angle grinder, and just some paperwork and his mobile phone. The reason we seized his mobile phone is because we believe that any photographs that have been taken of tools are more than likely going to have been taken on the mobile phone. So what we do is we take that back to the police station, we'll download all the data from it, and then from that we can pick the bones out of it and see what information we want from the data from the phone.
Aman was confident that he'd found what he was looking for, when out of the blue, the search of Turner's home unearthed new evidence that this criminal was up to no good.
We normally do like a cursory search and walk around the house to make sure there's no other people, pets, dogs, animals, anything that could cause us any harm. We went out to the back garden and there was a whirring coming from this outbuilding at the back. There's a door that we couldn't get into. So we had to go back to Mr. Turner and say, look, what is in there? At first he said he knew nothing of it and it belonged to someone else. And then he changed his mind, showed us down to the outbuilding, and hidden behind a hidden panel, was an electric key code.
It turned out that Mr. Turner fancied himself as a bit of a gardener, and in addition to his insurance scamming, he was also cultivating a cannabis farm.
I've been in police 10 years, and I've never seen that level of sophistication when it comes to a cannabis setup and a hydroponic setup. It was truly very, very well put together, and something that we quite enjoyed dismantling.
Drug crime doesn't come under IFED's remit, so the local Essex police force were called in to give the cannabis farm the once-over. Turner had obviously used his electrical skills to his advantage.
It was a one-man operation. Between 10 and 14,000 was the potential street value. It was quite a significant amount of money.
IFED find that with some criminals, their fraudulent activities are the tip of the iceberg.
We deal with people that are on a daily basis involved in every type of crime, really. But obviously we focus on the insurance fraud element.
Turner's crack at insurance fraud had clearly whetted his appetite.
The main motivation you can see behind it is money. First of all, on the first claim, when you get paid out £5,000, it's a substantial amount of money. On the third one, he's made £15,000. He's probably thinking, well, this is an easy touch. This, why not go for a fourth? And then coupled with the cannabis, it gives us evidence of a lifestyle of someone that needs that amount of cash for whatever reason.
Not only had Turner's insurance fraud been rumbled, but his drug operation as well, and his criminal activities were about to go up in smoke.
He went to court, pleaded guilty, and went on to be sentenced. So he was given 12 months for the production of the controlled drug and 8 months for the fraud.
Turner was convicted at Basildon Crown Court, where he received a total of 20 months behind bars for the combined crimes of fraud and the production of cannabis. This bright spark ended up getting longer for the crime IFED weren't investigating.
We won't tolerate it, the insurance companies won't tolerate it. Eventually, once we do catch up with you, if you've got anything else that's there to be discovered, we're going to find it, and you're going to get arrested for that as well.
Turner was just one of the many fraudulent claimers that Zurich deals with on a daily basis.
Kevin Turner got greedy. He never expected his insurance claim to ultimately cost him his liberty. But it should be a lesson to everybody. Think twice about submitting a fraudulent insurance claim, because you will be caught.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a man who was supposedly seriously injured in Bradford Lidl stages a suspiciously rapid recovery.
He decided to get up and he walked out of the ambulance and went back into the store to speak to the store manager.
A healthy dose of scepticism is served on an accident in a smoothie bar, and a clumsy commuter's claim hits the buffers when station CCTV disproves his story.
You can see that the cause of it is him just being in such a rush, and he's clearly not watched his footing at the bottom of the stairs, and he's just fallen down the steps.
Supermarket shopping isn't generally regarded as a hazardous activity. At worst, you might forget the milk or find they've run out of your favourite cereal. But a shopper from Bradford recently suffered a serious injury at his local branch of Lidl.
Good afternoon, AIG, David Halstead speaking.
David Halstead is from Lidl's insurers, AIG.
Mr. Iqbal stated that he had slipped on a wet bakery bag that was on the floor in his local Lidl store. He sustained injuries to his lower back and to parts of his leg. His claim would have been worth somewhere in the region of about £10,000 to £12,000.
Concerned staff rushed to help, but almost immediately his behaviour seemed at odds with the claim that he'd been badly injured.
Mr. Iqbal had actually insisted on an ambulance being called to convey him to hospital. However, once he'd gone into that ambulance and he was sat outside the store, he decided to get up and he walked out of the ambulance and went back into the store to speak to the store manager to ensure that they had accurately recorded the injuries that he had sustained in that fall.
Hang on a minute. He miraculously got out of the ambulance without assistance and went back inside. Was he off his trolley? It wasn't long before Mr. Iqbal contacted the supermarket with a claim for compensation. But the insurers were one step ahead and had viewed the CCTV footage from the day of the accident.
It became obvious that Mr. Iqbal had observed this bag on the floor. He was positioning his shopping trolley to one side of the bakery bag to stop anyone else interfering with it, and then slowly he walks up to that bag, and you can see once he's checked to see if anyone is watching him, he then actually falls quite dramatically onto the floor.
Mr. Iqbal hadn't counted on the CCTV cameras showing what had really happened when he slipped on the bakery bag.
Given the evidence that we had, which was overwhelmingly demonstrative that it was a fraudulent claim, really we had little option other than to refer the matter to IFED.
Also known as the City of London Police's Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED specialise in combating insurance fraud. Made up of an elite group of officers, including DC Mike Monkton, they were immediately suspicious that Iqbal might have had previous.
Asking for it to be put in the accident book sort of suggests there's a bit of pre-planning and knowledge of how the insurance industry works. Most people wouldn't know that companies have accident books and things need to be recorded.
Sure enough, the IFED investigation revealed that this supermarket scammer was an unsavoury character.
When IFED started looking into Iqbal, they discovered that he'd put a previous claim in May that year. He'd claimed that he was injured when visiting a gym. He said he was using a punch bag. Apparently it came back and hit him in the face.
And then he hit the gym's insurers with a claim for personal injury. It was all starting to sound familiar.
Both cases were sort of grouped together, so the Lidl case and the gym case. That was referred to the Crown Prosecution Service. He was charged with 2 counts of fraud by false representation. He was sentenced in total to 10 months imprisonment, which was suspended for a period of 2 years. He was also ordered to complete 280 hours community service.
Mr. Iqbal not only trying to defraud Lidl out of the money to benefit himself, there's naturally a cost to the emergency services when they called the ambulance out to take him to the hospital, and again for the police when they were called in to investigate this crime.
The fact that Iqbal was prepared to waste the precious resources of the police and ambulance service, who could have been helping people genuinely in need, was reflected in the judgment against him.
He was also ordered to pay nearly £10,000 in costs. That was divided between the 2 insurance companies and also an amount to the National Health Service. I mean, in my opinion, Iqbal, he knew what he was doing. He knew what there was wrong to make these claims, but he still tried to basically con the insurance industry out of money that he wasn't entitled to.
If Mr. Iqbal had used his loaf, he'd have realised that he would never have gotten away with the bakery bag scam. Mr. Iqbal slipped up when he got back on his feet too quickly. But across the pond, this con artist managed to squeeze every last drop from his smoothie bar fall. On the face of it, Danny Johnson suffered a horrific accident when he visited Just a Minute. Seen here entering the premises, he walks to the counter, then innocently peruses the menu of fruity treats, completely unaware of the lurking danger. Before he can place an order, disaster strikes. Man down. Not exactly a small chap, Johnson takes a heavy fall. Despite the other customer's heartless lack of concern, he later claimed that he had possibly fractured his wrist. Just a Minute staff members call for help, and he's attended by the fire department. A good 20 minutes after the fall, he's eventually stretchered to a local hospital. Johnson later attempted to claim compensation from Just a Minute for his fruity fall, which he alleged had been caused by spilled liquid on the floor. He claimed that the company had been negligent by not mopping it up and making the area safe for its health-conscious customers. The smoothie bar decided to check out his story and studied the CCTV. The fall certainly looks bad, but less than a minute before, this happened. Let's see that again. The man with the cap on deliberately pours his drink on the floor using his right hand, which is partially shielded from the camera. the position of the spilled liquid was in the exact location of the fall. He then leaves the premises, and seconds later, Johnson enters. Looks at the location of the spill, walks around, doesn't purchase anything, returns to the spill, and then executes the fall. The footage had effectively grassed up Johnson and his accomplice, David Williams. The company crushed the claim and passed their evidence to the authorities. Justice was served. Williams received 12 months probation, community service and a large fine, while Johnson is still at large. They'd been bananas to think they could get away with extracting money from the smoothie bar and callously wasting the fire department's precious time. Later, a fraudster is found out when his tall tales turn out to be a stack of lies.
I think it's highly unlikely that he could have been burgled 5 times, and I think it's highly unlikely that he would have been unlucky enough to be the victim of a street robbery 3 times.
Running isn't always good for you, especially if you're late for a train.
You can clearly see this gentleman running into the station. He's obviously in a great hurry, running to the way he is. It's looking like it's a disaster about to happen.
And the Royal Mail delivers on preventing postal insurance scams.
It was a satisfying result in that we identified the fraud, we acted on it, and we stopped it.
Many fraudsters slip up because they don't realise that insurance companies share information about fraud. Insurers also have long memories, as this next story demonstrates. John Beadle, RSA's counter-fraud manager, was involved from the beginning.
This case is a very good example that justice can sometimes take a very long time. So this was way back in August 2008 when Mr. Hussain took out a policy with us and within a month made a claim for a burglary at his house in Leeds. He alleged that a number of items amounting to some several £1,000s were stolen during this burglary. These included a TV, a surround sound system, a laptop, a Louis Vuitton bag, a Cartier wristwatch, £500 cash, and other expensive items.
Right from the start, doubts were raised about Mr. Hussain's version of events.
Well, we were a little suspicious because of the close proximity to the claim, to the policy being taken out, although that can happen, of course.
Even so, the case warranted further investigation, and RSA took a closer look at the man who claimed to be the innocent victim of a burglary.
We looked into the claim and very quickly established that Mr. Hussain had made similar claims with 2 other insurers. And when we looked further into these with the other insurers, we realised they were for all the same items.
If the story Mr. Hussain was telling was true, then he'd owned 3 sets of the same items. He'd been burgled 3 times, and each time the burglars had taken the same things. He was either the unluckiest man in Yorkshire, or something wasn't right. Proof of the latter came from his documentation.
When we shared the invoices supplied by Mr. Hussain, it became apparent that the invoices were identical. So having been paid out by other insurers for these bogus claims, he has then come to us making an allegation of burglary for the same items, using the same invoices.
RSA immediately acted to stop the claim going through, and then reviewed their communications with Mr. Hussain.
It's quite often the case that somebody who knows that their claim is being investigated will actually be very aggressive and push for immediate payment. And in this case, Mr. Hussain was doing exactly that, trying to put pressure on the claims handler to settle the claim, saying that he would complain to the Ombudsman about the poor service that RSA was providing.
But these bully boy tactics hadn't worked. The insurers were convinced by the evidence that they had to put a stop to Hussain's activities.
So we had determined that this was a complete and utter fraud. and we reported Mr. Hussain to the police, and needless to say, we did not pay this claim.
But Hussain was prepared to go to any lengths to avoid being brought to book, and he came up with an outrageous tactic to try and escape justice.
Quite strangely in this case, Mr. Hussain was alleging that it wasn't him who was making the claim, and there's a mistaken identity, and it was somebody else making the claim on his behalf. Certainly we didn't believe him, but it just cast enough doubt in the minds of the Crown Prosecution Service. The CPS took the view that it wouldn't be safe to continue with the prosecution, and it was dropped at that time. Sometimes these things happen and you have to just shrug your shoulders and get on with the next case.
It was a bitter blow, but RSA had stopped Hussain in his tracks and avoided a fraudulent payout. As far as they were concerned, there the matter rested, until 5 years later.
Out the blue, we were contacted by Northumbria Police, investigating an alleged street robbery involving Mr. Hussain, where he has had a number of very expensive items stolen during the robbery.
It all sounded very familiar, and true to form, Hussain hadn't stopped there.
They actually found he'd made 3 such claims. I think it's highly unlikely that he could have been burgled 5 times, and I think it's highly unlikely that he would be unlucky enough to be the victim of a street robbery 3 times, and obviously the police thought so as well. And all these cases were joined together, and he was prosecuted for fraud totaling in excess of £90,000. So in early 2015, Mr. Hussain appeared at Crown Court, charged with 9 counts of fraud, and after a trial he was found guilty on all 9 counts. Mr. Hussain was then sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. So after a 5-year wait, we do feel that justice was at last served.
Proving that the best things come to those who wait. Online shopping has made it that much easier to indulge your inner Imelda Marcos. Shoes are big business. Quick and efficient delivery services go hand in hand with successful footwear sales. And when things go wrong, insurance is there to step in and foot the bill, but only if the claim is genuine. Martin Hancock is a Royal Mail investigation manager, and he looked into a case of shoe returns going walkies.
Royal Mail was receiving a number of compensation claims for missing parcels going to a company in Cheshire.
Customers have been sending back shoes they'd bought that didn't fit and requesting refunds. But the company claimed that the parcels were going missing in the post and told their customers to claim a refund from the Royal Mail.
Over a 15-month period, we received over 200 complaints for compensation for missing parcels. Each claim varied between £10 to £50 for the shoes. In total, all the claims coming into Royal Mail totaled around £7,500. That's a big amount for Royal Mail, especially on the volume of complaints, and was disproportionate to other companies in the area.
It was a huge amount of money, and Royal Mail kicked off an investigation. One of the first steps was to analyse the claims. Sure enough, a pattern emerged.
It only affected first and second class parcels and not other parcels that were traceable. The company were receiving signed for and special delivery items. All these parcels were being delivered without any going missing. The fact none of the traceable items were going missing was suspicious.
But there was a possible explanation.
We suspected the company, on the majority of parcels going to their premises for first and second class, they were denying receipt of them, actively encouraging them to claim compensation from Royal Mail.
Without a trail of paperwork to prove otherwise, the customers had to take the company's word for it. The motivation was purely financial.
We believe that the company were telling customers that parcels were going missing in the post so they could resell shoes they'd already sold before. The company, by doing this, made money twice out of the sale of the shoes.
They had potentially uncovered a huge-scale fraud, but they still needed solid proof.
We purchased shoes from them and returned the parcels to them. We knew the parcels had been delivered and waited for a refund. No refund came, and when we contacted them, They told us our parcels had gone missing in the post.
It simply wasn't true, but the response confirmed suspicions that an organised scam was afoot.
As a result of our inquiries, we performed an operation that involved searching the business and home premises. During these searches, we recovered the shoes we had sent in and also customers had sent in and were allegedly missing in the post.
It was the evidence the investigation team needed, and the company was now on the back foot.
We interviewed both the directors of the company who admitted fraud that led to a subsequent prosecution in court. Both received a 12-month suspended sentence, £6,000 costs for the investigation and court, and had 200 hours community service. They also paid £7,500 compensation back to Royal Mail. It was a satisfying result in that we identified the fraud, we acted on it, and we stopped it. And again, Royal Mail does that on every case.
The UK's roads are regularly patrolled by organised criminal gangs on the hunt for ordinary motorists like you and me. Their aim? To trigger induced collisions, so-called crash-for-cash accidents. Detective Inspector Dave Hindmarsh of the Metropolitan Police explains how it works.
An induced collision is where you generally have what's called a decoy car and a client car. The client car is the car that they want someone to crash into. Once they've found their target, then the decoy car will cause the client car to brake and a collision occurs.
These gangs don't care who gets hurt or how badly. They just want to get their hands on the insurance money. A staggering £392 million is fraudulently lost to crash-for-cash gangs every year. The police have had enough, and they're determined to get these criminals off our roads. DI Hindmarsh recently broke one of the capital's biggest crash-for-cash fraud rings.
This particular case was brought to us by a uniformed officer in the south of London who had come across a collision, become very suspicious about the collision. There was some discrepancy around the ownership of the vehicle and insurance, which had led to an individual being arrested. He later found a crib sheet with effectively how to commit an induced collision.
Further investigation into the suspect, named Malik Ahmad, led the police officer to a claims management company called Star Accident Claims.
He identified that the person he'd arrested was in fact the son of the owner, and the son in fact worked at the claims management company.
The fact that Ahmad, an employee of Star Accident Management, had been involved in an induced collision immediately put the operations of the whole company under suspicion, and the father, also named Malik Ahmad, was arrested too.
There was a search carried out where the police officer seized in excess of 56 files that he believed were suspicious. The files that were taken were all collisions that were in the process of being dealt with through the insurance companies. My team looked at 26 of the claims. We contacted various individuals who were named within those claims and identified that some of them weren't even aware that their details had been used. It proved to us that this company had been forging signatures, forging people's details, so saying that people were witnesses to a particular collision when they weren't, or that they had been in a collision as a passenger when they had not been.
Accident management companies fraudulently exaggerating claims for a bigger payout is sadly nothing new. But the truly sinister aspect of this case was that the company was inducing its own accidents, putting other road users at risk of injury or even death. Their motive was pure greed.
We only looked at 26 files. Now the value to the loss of the insurance companies was around about £290,000.
The criminals were pocketing a staggering amount of money and endangering others. They had to be shut down.
We took the case to the Crown Prosecution Service, who gave us the authority to charge 4 individuals.
Justice was then served on the 4-man gang who tried to claim £290,000.
The father and son received 3.5 years imprisonment. Another individual, Jamal Akbar, received 2 years imprisonment. And finally, Mashoud Ahmed received a suspended 2-year prison sentence.
Thanks to the efforts of DI Dave Hindmarsh and his team in pursuing the mob of ruthless crooks, there's one less crash for cash ring on the UK's roads. And it's not just drivers that are preyed on by fraudsters. Public transport is a major target too. Someone who deals with this on a daily basis is Julie Randall, Fraud Prevention Officer for transportation company First Group.
As a company, we have a zero tolerance to fraudsters, and therefore all claims, regardless of value, will be investigated thoroughly. We see a constant flow of claims into the department where fraud has been attempted. However, we will fight each and every one of the claims, and this year we've had some fantastic successes. Anyone thinking about pursuing a fraudulent claim against us, they should remember the tools we have in place. CCTV, telematics, latest analytical software. We also have highly skilled and trained fraud operatives, and we will push for the highest penalties.
And it's these tools that allow them to be so successful in detecting and prosecuting fraud.
If you have an injury claim and it's genuine, that's fine, we just want to pay you what it's worth. But if you exaggerate your claim, we can kick the whole claim out under fundamental dishonesty.
Julie and her colleagues at First Group, like claims team manager Lee Ingram, have long been training their sights on fraud. Lee recently brought his expertise to a case at a train station.
Our gentleman's claiming that he's injured his leg after falling down some stairs.
According to the injured passenger, it wasn't down to clumsiness or haste.
The claimant's saying that the cause of his fall is due to the bottom step being defective, possibly slippery due to its metal construction as well, due to the cold weather, and also the fact that the handrail didn't go all the way down to the bottom step. And he's saying for that reason he's lost his footing on the last step and fallen flat on his face.
The man backed up his claim with a medical report.
The injury claim submitted to us involved a rupture to the Achilles tendon and a ruptured calf muscle. The injury resulted in being in plaster for about 9 weeks. He would have had private surgery costs. He would have needed some help with his domestic chores. It would have come to about £50,000, including legal costs, so not a small claim.
Far from it. In fact, it was around double the average annual wage. With such a large amount of money at stake, Lee decided to investigate and discovered that no one else had seen the fall.
There weren't actually any witnesses to that accident that we're aware of, other than probably the best witness that we could have had, which was CCTV footage.
Ah, our old friend CCTV footage. Presumably, this would corroborate the man's story, especially as train stations have cameras everywhere.
You can clearly see this gentleman running into the station. He's obviously in a great hurry to get to his train. Running the way he is, it's looking like it's a disaster about to happen. You can see him running down the middle of the stairwell. As he gets to the bottom here, he just takes a real heavy fall. It is a nasty fall. It looks like it hurts.
To add insult to injury, the doors close and the man also misses his train.
Looking at this footage, are we to blame for this? You can see that the cause of it is him just being in such a rush, and he's clearly not watched his footing at the bottom of the stairs, and he's just fallen down the steps.
Not for the first time in his career, Lee found that the CCTV evidence was completely at odds with the claim.
There's no disputing the fact that this was quite a nasty fall. I mean, it's never in doubt. The question is, what has caused the fall?
According to the passenger, the main culprit was a defective step, something else Lee looked at.
He's saying it's slippery when it's cold, and the metal's not appropriate material for this type of step. So we've gone out and inspected it. What we've actually found out is that the step itself is made of concrete. The temperature that day, having checked the weather records, never dropped below 4, so there was no freezing involved. And the steps were all coated with a non-slip surface, so the step was definitely not defective.
Unsurprisingly, the claim came off the rails at this point.
We turned the claim down to his solicitors, and we've never heard from them since. There are signs in most stations saying that you shouldn't run in a station. If you look back to when you were a child and running down a corridor, you would have heard a teacher's voice saying, "Stop running." There was a reason for that. It's dangerous to run in a busy place. Accidents can happen. Probably the moral to this particular story is that people need to take more care to safeguard their own safety and stop looking for someone to blame.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a serial fraudster lashes out when he's confronted.
All through this interview, you've been implying this, and it is absolutely wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
IFED investigates a coachload of questionable personal injury claimants.
Driver of the coach witnessed them running across the dual carriageway and hurdling the central reservation, so it would seem that their injuries were not as they had claimed.
And the claim is put on hold when insurers track down 2 phones that were supposedly lost.
We identified that the exact same claimant was advertising the exact same phones on an online marketplace site.
Insurers are fighting fraudsters on every front. Some of the most effective weapons in their arsenal are specialist consultants, like Tara Shelton of ICOG.
Prior to starting up the business, I was a police officer for 15 years. Prior to that and during that period, also studied psychology. And within the specialism of the police, I was a hostage negotiator.
Drawing on her unique background, she uses techniques that identify fraud more swiftly than normal.
And we definitely do have the edge when it comes to the fight against fraud by combining these unique skills.
With Tara on the case, the net is closing in on those who seek to abuse the system.
I think it's quite common for those that are claiming fraudulently to see insurers as easy prey. And I think it's also important to note that we are probably their worst nightmare.
One of Tara's most memorable cases was when she was brought in to work on a claim from Sahar Did Hussain. He'd been robbed of gadgets, including a camera and iPad, whilst on holiday.
Mr. Hussain had made a claim that he was approached from behind by a male while walking in the park in Croatia. That the male had robbed him of all of his goods and then run off. However, when the claim was actually presented, there was another policy that he had claimed against 6 months previously with exactly the same information, but this was in London. It was actually a member of staff in a small broker firm that spotted it, just by chance. Just by chance.
What gave the game away was that the insurers concerned were both underwritten by the same company, and that allowed the claims to be linked.
In Mr. Hussein's mind, he was making 2 separate claims through 2 different insurance companies, when in fact the common thread was it was underwritten by the same company. And the method of both of his claims were exactly the same, that he was approached from a male from behind who had robbed him of all of his goods. The items he was claiming for were exactly the same. The chance of that happening 6 months apart in 2 different countries is exceptionally slim.
They suspected they had a fraudster on their hands, and Tara's expertise was called on.
The intelligence profiling highlighted a transient individual who moved from place to place as a tenant, who was being pursued by debt collectors, who was taking out a large number of insurance quotations which didn't suit his lifestyle, and who gave information to the insurer such as an occupation type that we couldn't substantiate.
Tara had done her homework on Hussein, and her next move was to ring him. The call was where she unleashed her battle plan.
The plan was always that the call would have two halves. So the first half would be psychologically understanding Mr. Hussein, psychologically being on side with Mr. Hussein.
Hello?
Oh, hi, is that Mr. Hussein?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hi, it's Tara Shelton from ICOG, just giving you a call about your claim.
Oh, yes.
The second half of the call, which was just in a mature adult fashion, attempt to discuss the concerns that we had with the claim.
Yeah, it's out for nearly a month ago now, so my recollection is now quite patchy.
Mm-hmm. Why were you in Croatia?
Oh, it's a nice place.
The way he answered my questions had no depth. Mr. Hussein failed dismally at satisfying me that he was there at that place at that time.
Is that all? Because I really have another telephone call that I'm waiting.
No problem, we're nearly finished.
Having achieved her first aim, it was at this point that Tara switched to the second part of her strategy and informed him of the concerns surrounding his claim.
He immediately became quite volatile, aggressive, rude, and psychologically was severely backed into a corner.
What concerns do you think I would have with the claim?
I don't know, you tell me.
The real skill with implementing this is making the fraudster think that they have control, but they have control because I want them to think they have it. I actually have control, and so therefore when it's flipped on its head, it becomes evidently clear that they actually have been detected.
And all through your interview, all through this interview, you've been implying this and that and that and that and that, and it is absolutely wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
Mr. Hussein,
I paid. No.
Let me finish.
No. I don't like your tone of voice. This is a very insulting telephone call, and all your details are factually incorrect.
He did make several comments, one was which I have no fear, because he actually was in such denial at his addiction of claiming fraudulently that he believed his own lies.
I have no fear. I have no fear. No, I have no fear. Why should I have any fear?
Okay, I am very concerned because both of these claims that you've made have happened in exactly the same way as you've described.
Well, not exactly, no. Not exactly the same way.
The aggressive, sabotaging behaviour might have worked on others, but not Tara. She kept up the pressure and eventually Hussein broke.
The incident on the 8th of May in London didn't happen. That was a fraudulent claim. And then the one in Croatia on the 7th of November was also a fraudulent claim.
Yes, but I'm really, really in debt and I just couldn't see any way out. Yeah, it has all been for everyone.
How many in total would you say there've been?
I think like 7 or 8.
But even that was a lie. Eventually, he admitted to 22 frauds with different insurers. He travelled Europe with his con. From Croatia to Romania to Madrid.
In my mind, I was of no doubt that he was just admitting the bare minimum based on the information I had.
But Mr. Hussein wasn't prepared to go down without a fight and staged a last-ditched attempt to talk, or rather sob, his way out of trouble.
Mr. Hussein called me, crying, admitting that he had committed fraud and essentially asking me to take mercy on him.
I'm really very sorry, you know. I'm really very sorry, and as of this, I will never do it again in my life, you know. Never. Never. I just don't want to be in any kind of trouble. I just don't.
Okay. Do you want me to give you a moment?
Did I believe him that he was remorseful? No. Did I believe that he'd only committed the offences he admitted in that call? No.
It was obvious to all that these were crocodile tears, and the file on Mr. Hussain was passed to the police. Tara's work was done, or so she thought.
I think with Mr. Hussain being so predatory, it was a case that really stuck in my mind. I just happened to be with a client a month or so later, and I just said, can you just check this name for me? And they said, oh, we've got 3 claims, and he's just phoned up a minute ago screaming and shouting at us, asking where his money is.
With Tara listening in, the client called Mr. Hussain back.
They just asked if my name meant anything to him. The phone went completely silent and he hung up.
Hello?
In my opinion, Mr. Hussain has a severe addiction to fraudulently claiming against insurers.
But Tara had stopped him in his tracks, and ultimately his addiction landed him in jail. The police had more than enough evidence to mount a successful prosecution, and he was sentenced to 13 months in the slammer. Still to come, a personal injury claim falls over when the claimants fail to get their story straight.
All 3 individuals were telling us different things. One of them had said that they were in a van at the time of the collision where it was clearly a car that was being claimed for.
And a caller uses bully boy tactics to try and force through a claim.
I'm not even joking, I've got like 2 mortgages to pay and 2 businesses around the corner. This is absolutely the worst service possible.
In January 2012, the police joined the fight against insurance fraud by forming an elite squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
IFED deal with a wide variety of insurance fraud offences, from serious crash for cash to household fraudulent claims. We are responsible for bringing insurance fraudsters to justice.
They've made over 660 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
Insurance fraud isn't easy money, it has risks and consequences. You can get a criminal conviction and you can go to jail.
One of the most common insurance frauds in the UK involves faked whiplash injuries sustained in road traffic collisions. Insurers and the police are now working together to put the brakes on these types of claims. IFED's Detective Sergeant Mark Forster investigated one such case featuring a huge number of suspects.
The claim involved a coach crash and 35 claimants from that coach, all who were claiming personal injury. I believe the insurance company had a reserve on all of the claims together at around £150,000.
According to the claimants, they were travelling by coach to a dog track when they were rear-ended by a car, causing them serious whiplash-type injuries. The car driver accepted responsibility and the claims were made against his insurers. They contacted the coach driver to get his side of the story, and almost immediately, alarm bells started to ring.
What concerned the driver was the fact that he didn't feel an impact and that he was alerted by a passenger sitting on the back seat. He was confused as how they knew there had been an impact when there was an advertisement on the back window and you couldn't physically see out of the back of the coach. It was almost as if they were expecting it and knew it was going to happen.
It seemed strange that 35 people could have been badly injured from an impact that he hadn't even felt. And further doubts were raised by the behaviour of the claimants immediately after the alleged collision.
All of the males decided that they wanted to go back to the pub and didn't want to continue to the trip that they had arranged at the local dog track. The driver of the coach witnessed them all running across a busy dual carriageway and hurdling the central reservation to run back into that pub. So it would have seemed that their injuries were not as they had claimed at the time.
The insurers strongly suspected that a large-scale fraud was being attempted, so they declined the claim and referred the case to IFED. An investigation was launched into the suspected ringleaders.
We looked at Ben Carberry. We knew he was responsible for booking the dog track and also booking the coach on the 9. We looked at Liam Gray and we looked at Kevin Hamilton, the driver of the other vehicle. We could see there was a definite link between all three males. They were ringing one another, texting one another 1 or 2 hours before the collision and afterwards that evening.
IFED was convinced that they were dealing with fraud on an almost industrial scale. Mark and his colleagues moved in to arrest Carberry and Gray, starting at the property of a relative of Gray, which they believed was his home address.
Please.
It's Liam here.
Liam?
No.
It seemed that they'd drawn a blank, but IFED officers aren't easily discouraged.
Well, at the end of the day, we need to speak to him. We'll catch up with him sooner or later. Basically, we've gone into the address. All our checks showed that he was still living there. She's saying he's not there, he doesn't live there.
Where are they?
Still to come, Mark's persistence pays off when he eventually finds one of the suspects holed up in a toilet.
Is he often hiding your ensuite, is he? It must be a bit scary for you when you come in at night.
No one enjoys being office-bound, so it makes a nice change to hold a meeting off-site. Feeling chipper, a man insured with Assurance Solutions decided to host a high-powered business meeting in a fast food restaurant. What happened next left a nasty taste in his mouth. Andy Morris works for the insurers involved.
This particular claim, our agents received notification that the claimant had lost 2 mobile phones and a wallet.
With the loss of these phones worth almost £1,000, it was far from being a happy meal. But his insurance policy meant he could put in a claim. During the initial call, he explained that both phones had gone missing from the same pocket.
Which pocket were you keeping it in? You said it was a jacket pocket. What kind of jacket was it? Suit jacket. And it was in your inside pocket? Yes, I'm just trying to sort of figure out if you had it in your inside jacket pocket. Obviously, they're quite large and also it would be quite... Yeah, the only things I keep there are important things.
Our agents are trained to treat customers fairly, so despite our concerns and our fraud triggers questioning the size of the claimant's pocket, we process the claim.
But if he thought he could pocket an easy payout, he was wrong. Following standard procedure, his previous insurance history was analysed.
In this case, the claimant had had 2 very recent successful claims for high-end smartphones. That was one of the key triggers in this case.
It seemed that the businessman had something of an appetite for insurance claims. Meanwhile, he was trying to pressurise the company into a quick payout.
I'm not being funny or anything now, but it's dragged on a week. I need to do this as quick as possible. I'm not even joking here. I've got like 2 mortgages to pay and 2 kids businesses around the corner. This is absolutely the worst service possible.
Assurance Solutions launched an investigation to look into the circumstances of his claim more closely.
The claimant told us that they had gone to the restaurant manager and asked if anybody had handed a phone in, and they left their details.
So you said you went back? Yeah, twice. Okay, did you speak to anybody? I did, yeah. I gave him my home number, my mother's number, everything. The amount of data on that is invaluable.
Sounds reasonable, apart from the fact it didn't happen.
When we checked and telephoned the restaurant, there was no such evidence or no such record.
And further inquiries threw up more question marks.
During this time, we identified that the exact same claimant was advertising the exact same phones on an online marketplace site.
This wasn't a case of crossed lines. These were, beyond doubt, the 2 phones in question.
We identify each of the phones through a unique identification number, and we were able to prove that the 2 phones that were being sold and advertised on the marketplace were the very 2 phones that the claimant was claiming for that had disappeared from his pocket.
The insurers simply weren't prepared to swallow the story that the phones had been lost.
So we contacted the customer when we identified that he was attempting to sell the phones that he was claiming for. Quite clearly, it's a serious indication of fraud at this time, and the claimant claimed that he was selling the phones on behalf of his brother and immediately withdrew the claim.
Yeah, I'm cancelling the full insurance. Not a problem, that's fine. I will get those cancelled today then. There'll be no further action taken. Thanks, bye.
In the face of the evidence against him, the businessman realised that he had bitten off more than he could chew.
Whilst it's amusing that somebody is concocting a story that goes beyond the realms of belief and possibility, actually this costs the industry £2 billion a year. And people making fraudulent claims around smartphones and devices is nearly £1 billion.
Come wintertime, the bad weather makes our streets treacherous. Around 6,000 road traffic collisions are thought to be caused by snow and ice annually, making it a busy time of year for motor insurers. Sarah Hill from insurance lawyers BLM dealt with a claim from an icy accident.
This was a family affair claim. This was a road traffic accident where mother was driving the vehicle. She was turning right, she lost control in the snow and collided with the fence on the corner property. She had 2 passengers, her daughter and a cousin, in the vehicle at the time of the accident, and they had both sustained injury as a result of the impact with the fence. Initially, given the weather conditions, the circumstance of the accident looked very plausible indeed. It wasn't until the statements started to come in from the driver of the vehicle, mother, and from the other 2 passengers that there was some clear inconsistencies in relation to the circumstances surrounding the accident.
Anyone who's been in an accident knows how serious it is, so you'd expect all 3 accounts to be the same. But in this case, they couldn't even agree on the basics.
In particular, one of the passengers had said that the vehicle had hit a wall, whereas the driver was saying the vehicle had hit a fence.
This inconsistency made a big impact on the insurers, and they decided to put the claim on ice while an investigator was appointed to take detailed statements. Yet more discrepancies were revealed to the point where serious doubts began to creep in.
All 3 individuals were telling us different things at different times. So one was saying that the accident took place, for instance, at 6:30 in the morning. Another was saying it was 7:30 in the morning. One of them had said that they were in a van at the time of the collision where it was clearly a car that was being claimed for.
Rule number 1 of trying to pull a fast one on insurers: get your story straight.
One of the individuals said that the vehicle had been driven from the scene. We know that was not correct because the owner of the property came out at 7 a.m. and found the abandoned vehicle in her property.
The passengers had vanished, but, thinking on her feet, the property owner videoed the scene, and this was passed to the insurer.
The claims were already suspicious even before the video footage came in, but once that video footage had been seen, it was quite clear that this accident, whilst had happened, the claims that were being presented by the 2 passengers clearly couldn't have been genuine. There was only one set of footprints in the snow leading away from the vehicle.
The claimant was then informed about the contents of the video and started to backtrack.
The driver couldn't give any explanation for one set of footprints in the snow. It's very hard to think there's a rational explanation for one set of footprints, unless, of course, we are suggesting that the driver was carrying her daughter and her cousin on her back from the scene of the accident.
Wonder Woman this wasn't. Instead, there was a much more likely reason for what had happened.
The inconsistencies in the evidence really indicated that this was a poor attempt by the claimants to cash in on injury claims for people that were not present in the vehicle at the time of the accident. In this particular case, when presented with the evidence, the individuals decided, quite rightly, not to progress their claims.
The chances of a payout had totally melted away. And anyone thinking they can just walk away from this type of claim is risking more than just a frosty reception from insurers.
there is still a potential for those individuals to be criminally prosecuted for just bringing the claims in the first place because they were fabricated claims.
Previously, in Liverpool, IFED's DS Mark Forster was on the trail of Liam Gray and Ben Carberry, two men suspected of masterminding a huge insurance scam involving coach passengers claiming for injuries in an accident that never happened.
I believe the insurance company had a reserve on all of the claims together at around £150,000.
Mark was being given the runaround.
All our checks showed that he was still living there. She's saying he's not there, he doesn't live there. Through various inquiries, we managed to identify another address situated in the city centre of Liverpool.
This was where they hoped to find Ben Carberry.
Did you just live here on your own, did you?
The IFED team believed that Liam might be with him, and they immediately went to check out the flat.
Well, where are they?
Carberry was inside, but there was no sign of Liam.
Where's Liam? Is he in there? No.
But he was there, hiding in an ensuite bathroom.
One more for you.
Right, mate. Let's see it.
Right, you're being arrested. Is he often hiding your ensuite, is he? It must be a bit scary for you when you come in at night.
Often not.
You got a mobile telephone?
You get it back.
Having flushed out both suspects, Mark started on the search for evidence, particularly the phones used on the night of the collision. He needed to categorically link the handsets to the suspects. The team now moved on to the final part of the raid, a search of Liam's actual home address, and they didn't have to go far.
We're just going down now to flat in the same building, which we know is a flat that's currently being occupied by Mr. Gray.
Police, hello?
With Liam under arrest upstairs, they weren't expecting to find anyone else in the flat. But what they did find was more evidence in the form of driving documents.
This particular driving licence is in the name of a gentleman who was driving the vehicle, driving the car, that hit the coach up the rear.
Though it was found in Liam Gray's flat, it belonged to Kevin Hamilton and was the breakthrough the case needed, a rock-solid link between the two men.
It's nice for us because it shows association between the gentleman we've arrested today and the person who's driving the car.
This association strongly pointed to fraud. There'd been no connection between the two parties in a genuine accident.
Hello. Hello, mate, you all right? Yeah, we found a few nice bits and pieces, all sort of scattered on the bed, so it looks like he's had a tip-off that we're coming, and he's rummaged through a load of stuff, potentially with a view of getting rid of it, but he's not done too good a job by the look of it.
With the search completed, the suspects were then taken to a local police station for interviews. The raid had been a huge success, and eventually Mark's investigation moved to the endgame, court.
All three defendants, Liam Gray, Ben Carberry and Kevin Hamilton, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud in relation to this coach crash. All three defendants received terms of imprisonment at Southwark Crown Court. Liam Gray was sentenced to 14 months imprisonment, Ben Carberry 11 months and Kevin Hamilton a 4-month prison sentence. These three defendants were all young men with their whole lives in front of them. This one moment of stupidity in organising a fraud which was essentially for greed has potentially affected the rest of their lives.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units,
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those con men, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, a fraudster bends the truth about his bad back.
However, when Paul Gustard left the building, the doctor saw him walk away, not using the stick.
In Las Vegas, the chips are down for a pair of criminals caught in the act. And it's not all roses for a potential fraudster on Valentine's night.
They knew they were going to make a claim, and they needed the photographs to help support that claim.
The workplace is a hive of activity. Whether it's a building site, an office, or even a haulage firm transporting goods from A to B. Thankfully, with health and safety being such a priority nowadays, the number of work-related injuries has been levelling off in recent years. But even so, there's bound to be the odd mishap. So when accidents do happen, an insurance policy can be worth its weight in gold. Meet Paul Gustard. He may be sat in his car here, but he used to be employed by a haulage lorry firm. Unfortunately, Gustard was one of the unlucky ones who suffered an accident at work. But never fear, insurance company AXA was there to help him in his time of need, as Richard Davies explains.
When the claim first came into AXA at the back end of 2007, Paul Gustard told us he had a very serious back injury. He told us he couldn't work, he told us he couldn't walk very well. In fact, he told us that his whole life was being destroyed by the back pain and was claiming around £100,000 because he couldn't work as a result of that condition.
Anyone who suffered from back pain will tell you what a crippling condition it can be. But Gustard was claiming that it was his work that had caused the problem.
Paul Gustard was a packer. He worked inside a warehouse. He said that he twisted his back whilst he was working. He normally would carry out an action which required him to move from left to right between 100 and 200 times an hour.
But what really alerted AXA to foul play is that during the early stages of their investigation, Gustard moved the goalposts.
Soon after the claim was submitted was a change in story. Instead of the injury being caused by a twisting of the back, he was now saying that he'd slipped on a wet surface inside a lorry and claiming that that was what caused his back injury. And for us, such a significant change in story was a real red flag.
With a colossal claim on the cards, AXA wanted to carry out a few checks before they settled it. And in cases like this, undercover surveillance is an insurer's best friend, because as we all know, the camera never lies.
Time and date are as stated. Observations in respect of Paul Gustard.
Yep, you've guessed it. It was at this point in the road that Gustard's claim hit the skids.
We wanted to verify that he actually was in such pain that he couldn't work.
So the surveillance team kept a watchful eye on Gustard's every move.
Paul Gustard told us that his injury meant that he couldn't walk easily, that he was in a lot of pain, and that he would need a stick to get around at all times. Our surveillance showed something very different.
Too right it did, and quite frankly, AXA couldn't believe their eyes.
We can see him walking normally.
Hardly looks like a man who's struggling to get about.
We can see him going into shops.
He's come out of the red club. Subject's done now for the Macklin Electronics.
Ah, nice bit of retail therapy, just what the doctor ordered.
We can see him bending down.
Ah, there's the crippling back condition. Has it locked up? Nope, false alarm.
We can see him going to a pub.
Hold on, rewind. You're off sick and you're shopping and you're having a swift half. Mind it doesn't interfere with your medication.
That appeared to be somebody who has a relatively normal life, certainly not somebody who's completely incapacitated by a back injury which was stopping him working and indeed walking in a normal way.
With alarm bells ringing louder, AXA explored other avenues, and a quick chat to Gustard's employer brought about an interesting piece of evidence.
He told us that he'd received a text message from Mr. Gustar's partner. She said that she thought that the back injury might have been caused by Paul Gustar pushing the car up a hill.
Well, that's thrown a spanner in the works. Pushing a car up a hill. No wonder you got bothered with your back, mate.
We were able to show that the AA had been called out to the car at the same time. So we were convinced that the vehicle had indeed broken down. For us, that added some credibility to the thought that Paul Gustar had injured his back whilst pushing a vehicle up a hill.
He might have been wearing camouflage in the surveillance footage, but there was no hiding the fact that Gustar was attempting to con AXA out of £100,000.
It does appear that in this case, the employee is making up that claim, that actually the injury, if it existed, was nothing like as bad as it said it was. And indeed, as we found out, that Paul Gustar may have had a back injury before he submitted the claim to us.
When it comes to personal injury claims, medical evidence is a must. But unfortunately for Gustar, a trip to the doctor proved to be the kiss of death for his claim.
The key piece of evidence came from his doctor. It's doctors that normally provide the confirmation that an injury has actually occurred. And one particular doctor assessed Paul Gustar's injury. He told us that when Paul Gustar entered his office, he appeared to be in a lot of pain, that he was walking with a stick and was walking with some difficulty. However, when Paul Gustar left the building, the doctor saw him walk away, not using the stick, and walk away without any visible pain.
Between the surveillance, the incriminating text and the statement from the doctor, AXA had a mountain of evidence and unsurprisingly denied the claim.
When the evidence was put to Paul Gustar, he decided to walk away. He decided that he didn't want to make that claim anymore.
With an apparently non-existent back injury, walking away wasn't a problem for Gustar. But what he didn't bank on, though, was that AXA had no intention of letting this go.
If a fraudster is allowed to walk away from a claim, they have no consequence in actually making that fraudulent claim. That's wrong, and we don't think that fraudsters should be allowed to walk away from that as a situation.
AXA took Gustar to court, where he was found guilty of fraud and sentenced to a 3-year suspended sentence. In his attempt to swindle £100,000 out of his employer, Gustar really had fallen flat on his back and was incredibly fortunate not to have wound up behind bars.
We think it's important that the fraudster should actually face some kind of sentence. Whether or not that prison sentence is suspended, we don't mind, but we do feel that they should end up with a criminal record.
And that's exactly what he got. Bet that's the last time he'll complain of a bad back. Still to come, a potential fraudster submits a claim for a poorly puppy, but will the insurer bite?
We listen to the policyholder, we listen to the breeder calls. The breeder call was exactly the same voice.
And a bogus burglar who was just too organised for his own good.
First thing they noted was a folder entitled List of Items Taken, which straight away they thought, oh, this seems very strange.
It's estimated around 8.5 million dogs make up the UK's pet population. But with the average vet bill for a dog costing around £300 a year, keeping a pet can be rather costly. So when your little pooch falls ill and needs expensive treatment, pet insurance is a must. However, some unscrupulous pet owners will weave a tangled web to get an insurer to cough up, as Simon Wheeler from Agria found out when it came to a claim involving a wounded puppy.
We received a claim from the owner of a pug puppy who sadly had injured its eye and taken the puppy to the vet to have the eye treated. Sadly, the puppy had died under general anaesthetic.
The owner put in a claim of £432 to cover the vet fees, but they were rather vague when it came to the details.
They weren't sure whether the puppy was insured or not. So they were asking us what the policy number was. They didn't seem to have a policy number. They were asking us why they hadn't got any policy documentation. So some strange questions for somebody who believed they had an insurance policy.
To be fair to the claimant, breeders sometimes set up policies themselves, so the claimant got in touch with the breeder to help clear things up.
The breeder and the policyholder obviously spoke, and the policyholder called us again and said that the breeder had set up the policy 3 or 4 days before the incident occurred. They thought they'd provided a receipt and they thought they provided policy documentation, but again, the whole process was very, very vague.
Agria made some routine inquiries and contacted the vet. The good news was that they found a policy. The bad news was that it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Gawping mistake.
The policy had been set up on the day that the operation occurred. Therefore, the condition was pre-existing to the insurance being set up.
There might have been a policy, but for Agria it didn't make a difference. Because the puppy had a pre-existing condition, the policy was null and void.
The point that we declined the claim, the policyholder became quite upset, pleaded with us to cover the condition, and again, we refused.
Agria weren't going to roll over, and it's just as well because this claim hadn't been put to bed just yet.
Bizarrely, about 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, we got a call from the breeder. Breeder activating cover at that point, giving us a false date of sale. So endeavouring to backdate the cover to cover the condition.
Agria smelled a rat. The timing of the phone call from the breeder was too much of a coincidence. So they went back and listened to the phone calls again.
When we started to investigate both calls, we listened to the policyholder, we listened to the breeder calls. It had been very noticeable that the policyholder had had quite a distinctive accent and quite a pronounced stammer. The breeder call was exactly the same voice, same accent and same stammer.
The phone call appeared to have been a last-ditch attempt to set up a policy that would pay out. Not swayed, Agria still declined the claim. But to their surprise, the policyholder wouldn't let sleeping dogs lie.
Even after the claim was rejected, they still pushed to have the claim settled and referred it to the FOS, the Financial Ombudsman Service. It's the first point of referral when policyholders have claims that they're not happy with the assessment of.
Agria continued to dig away with their own investigation. After analysing earlier phone calls, they suspected the policyholder had been impersonating the breeder. But it turned out that there was a lot more to their relationship than they'd realised.
When we started to look at some of the documentation that had come in, so very obviously the postcode for the breeder was the same as the postcode given by the policyholder when we spoke to them. When the breeder telephoned us, it was on the same number that the policyholder had given us.
With a bit more investigation, it became clear why this pair had so much in common.
The breeder and the owner were cohabiting, and actually the breeder was expecting the owner's baby at that time.
With this evidence in hand, Agria invited the couple in to talk about their findings, but their actions spoke louder than words.
The meeting was set up, the date arranged, the place arranged, the policyholder never turned up.
It's no wonder they didn't turn up, and the findings of the Financial Ombudsman Service didn't come as much of a surprise either.
The incident was pre-existing to the insurance if the insurance had been set up properly. So the FOS found it obviously in favour of Agria.
Putting a claim in to try and recoup some vet fees is one thing, but our next claimant took things to a whole new level. Halfway across the world in Las Vegas, a pet business hit the headlines after the owner tried to swindle insurers out of $100,000. It's almost 1 in the morning at Prince and Princess's pet shop. The CCTV's on, capturing the night's events. The front door has just opened. Is this an unexpected prowler hoping to make a few bucks? Nope, thankfully it's the owner, Gloria Yun Hai Lee. It's a little early to be opening for business though, wouldn't you say? This CCTV footage proved to be vital, because Lee wasn't here to do some late-night paperwork. In fact, she was about to commit a diabolical crime, but she made a whopping mistake. Disappearing into the office, she went to disconnect the feed to the CCTV. But this flick of the switch was about to land her in hot water, because she removed the utility cord instead. Which left the world and his wife to see her crime revealed before their very eyes. Bet she was kicking herself for that when she later appeared in front of the judge. But our criminal wasn't on her lonesome in what was about to unfold. Lee had a partner in crime in the shape of Mr. Kirk Bills, who was her partner in more ways than one because she was seeing him behind her husband's back. But he didn't turn up empty-handed. He's carrying 2 cans full to the brim with kerosene, and he doesn't waste any time in dousing the place with fuel. With 2 dogs and 25 puppies in the shop, Bills was heartless in his act and can clearly be seen randomly throwing kerosene, including unbelievably onto the animals' cages. With the scene set, Lee disappears from the pet shop, leaving Bills to light the touch paper. Within seconds, the fire takes hold. Bills makes a hasty exit, leaving the animals to perish as the store goes up in flames. Thankfully, the store sprinkler system kicked in, saving all 27 pets from the flames. In October 2014, Lee and Bills pleaded guilty to arson and cruelty to animals. Lee also pleaded guilty to insurance fraud, but then played what she thought was her trump card by announcing she was pregnant. However, the judge wasn't swayed, saying that the Nevada jail system was well equipped for this. Lee was sentenced to a maximum of 14 years in prison, with her being eligible for parole after she spends 5 years behind bars. Bills was given 4 to 10 years in jail for his part in the despicable crime. On sentencing, the judge commented on their appalling act, saying, "We are talking about living beings, and it's a very horrific crime when you try to murder them by fire." For this merciless act, these criminals got what they well and truly deserved. Red roses, chocolates, cupids and hearts. All romantic gestures for the one you love. We all know that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But on February the 14th, you can't get a table at a fancy restaurant for love or money. John Beadle from RSA came across a claim from a damsel who'd found more than her Prince Charming.
This has got a bit of a romantic twist to it, this story, because it allegedly happened on Valentine's night. And a lady and her partner had booked a table and were on way to have a romantic Valentine's dinner.
This loving couple are all set for a romantic night out. But will Cupid's arrow be on target? Ah, isn't love grand? Is she about to be swept off her feet?
They claimed that the lady tripped over in the pothole in the car park and it injured herself. And she alleged that this was the liability of the pub.
For our 2 lovebirds, this was a disastrous night that was well and truly spoiled. The insurer tried to get to the heart of the matter, but after speaking to the pub owner, it seemed that this claim might be on the rocks.
At the time that the accident allegedly happened, the pub had actually stopped serving food. They were, as you would be on Valentine's night, completely full. And I know from personal experience, it's very difficult to get a seat in a restaurant. They had no reservation.
Arriving without a booking after the pub had stopped serving, they were definitely pushing it to get a bite to eat. Were they on their way for a loved-up dinner or just looking for someone else to foot the bill? In a case like this, you really need an eyewitness. Fortunately, the CCTV cameras next to the pub had all angles covered, and one camera gave a bird's-eye view.
We reviewed the CCTV footage from the pub, and one of the cameras covered the car park, and we observed that the claimant and her partner came into the car park, parked the car, and rather than heading into the pub, went to the pothole.
That all sounds a bit bizarre if you ask me. Let's find out what really happened in the car park. So the couple did drive in. They got out and walked through the car park. Hope you've clocked that they weren't holding hands. Not sure she's fallen head over heels though. It's all a bit suspect, if you want my opinion.
The lady in question and her partner were taking photographs of the pothole.
Photographs. Yep, that's clearly a camera flash. So let's get this straight. They parked up, jumped out, took a few snapshots of the pothole, and they didn't even go in the pub for dinner.
We feel this was all a premeditated step. They knew they were going to make a claim, and they needed the photographs to help support that claim.
The way you're running to your car, you don't look like you've much of an injury there, sweetheart.
These people simply weren't there, didn't have a reservation, and weren't on their way to dinner at the pub.
Unsurprisingly, RSA weren't going to pay up, which meant that this potential fraudster could kiss her claim goodbye. In January 2012, the police joined the fight against insurance fraud by forming an elite squad known as IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
There's different types of insurance fraudsters. You had the opportunists who exaggerate a small claim to make a slightly bigger gain, and then you have the organised crime element that do this for a living.
They've made over 660 arrests and have saved millions of pounds in fraudulent insurance claims, money which ultimately goes back in our pockets. From now on, fraudsters need to watch their backs.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. If you are committing insurance fraud in England and Wales, we'll find you.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
One case that landed on IFED's desk was particularly unusual. In September 2012, Nicholas Warner reported he'd been the victim of a burglary. Although even by his own admission, the thief's method of entry was rather out of the ordinary, as DC Aman Taylor explains.
As he reported it, he said the circumstances seemed improbable, they didn't seem right, saying that he'd left his keys in an open locker within a gym, the keys had been taken from his bag, and then someone had somehow located his home address. They were then used to open his door, go in, ransack his flat and take a load of items of high value.
As unusual as the circumstances were, thankfully Warner was a very organised individual, which was rather handy when it came to his claim.
He supplied proofs of ownership in the form of a loss list. And on that loss list, he detailed all of the items that were stolen.
But this list seemed never-ending.
As he said, he found further items had been stolen. He produced further loss lists.
Of course he did. And this ever-growing list of stolen gear had now grown to something in the region of £30,000.
Various different items of jewellery, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, as well as a number of electrical items. There was Wii games, phones, and in particular one laptop. A variety of items, of household items that you'd expect to find in a home belonging to like a couple.
Right from the start, Warner didn't appear to put his best foot forward.
In that first phone call, he said, "There's a Jimmy Choo handbag here, and they haven't taken it." Then when he submitted his loss list, one of the items on the loss list was Jimmy Choo handbag.
But the missus wasn't a happy bunny. But Warner's organisational skills were about to trip him up.
One email in particular, which was a photograph of a laptop. The laptop screen is open. The first thing they noted was a folder entitled List of Items Taken, which straight away they thought, oh, this seems very strange.
Oh dear. Never mind a slip-up, this was more like what you'd call dropping yourself right in it.
Then when they looked at the metadata of the photograph, which contains where it was taken, when it was taken, they saw it was taken on the same date as the email was sent, so 2 weeks after the burglary.
Warner claimed it was all down to a hiccup with the latest technology. Yep, that old chestnut. But the insurer wasn't falling for that one, so they rejected the claim and referred it to IFED, who paid the suspected fraudster a home visit.
We found various different items of jewellery, all which matched with the same sets as reported stolen in the burglary.
But it was when they came across Warner's laptop that IFED really hit the jackpot.
And after closer inspection, it was the same make and model as the one reported stolen in the burglary.
On the laptop was the final piece of the jigsaw, Warner's list of stolen items.
I had the laptop examined by a company. One thing I asked them to particularly focus on was this list of items taken, which was the document folder was contained on the home screen. And they looked at the dates of that folder. You could see it was created 4 days prior to the burglary, and contained within that folder were 6 items which matched with the top 6 items as per the loss list, which was subsequently reported to the insurance company.
So he created his list of stolen items before the break-in and saved it on his laptop. Now that was a little silly. Even with all this concrete evidence, Warner still wouldn't budge.
He made a partial admission, saying it had been exaggerated, but he wouldn't out and out say, well, this is clearly a staged burglary, or this didn't occur and I was trying to make a claim for my own means to gain a financial advantage. He wouldn't say that.
By the time he was put in front of the judge, Warner had come clean, and in January 2015 pleaded guilty to fraud by false representation at Bristol Crown Court. He received a 10-month suspended sentence and 270 hours community service.
Something which, on the face of it, appears quite simple. We can detect it, and we will sort of look to take every sort of avenue to try and find out exactly what has gone on.
For the unfortunate ones who really are victims of this terrible crime, being burgled isn't just about having personal possessions stolen. It's an experience that Andrew Tancock and Michelle Bressington are all too familiar with, after returning home from holiday to find their home had been broken into.
It is a real horrible violation to your personal space.
Just made me feel like really sick and just really frightened that they'd like come in and taken all our stuff and been in our home. It's just the most horrible feeling ever.
It's not just items like TVs and cash that are stolen, but it's possessions with great sentimental value.
And like rings and things which you can't really get back, because one was a bespoke ring which was just made purely for me. So things like that you can't really replace.
But the worst impact of a burglary doesn't go away easily.
I didn't even want to be in the house because I felt scared. And like weeks after, I kept checking all the doors were locked around the house, and it became an obsession. And I didn't want to be in the house on my own at night on my own.
Understandably, Andrew and Michelle have no sympathy for those who attempt to cash in on staged burglaries.
Yeah, people who stage fictitious burglaries, it just makes you really angry.
They're just in it for themselves and they don't think about anybody else. And then people like us obviously suffer.
Insurance fraud in the UK has hit epidemic levels. It's costing us over £1.3 billion every year. That's almost £3.6 million every day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding over £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing 14 fake claims every hour. Armed with covert surveillance systems,
That's the subject out the vehicle.
sophisticated data analysis techniques, and a number of highly skilled police units, they're catching the criminals red-handed.
Just don't lie to us.
All those conmen, scammers and cheats on the fiddle are now caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Coming up, one fraudster jumps out of the frying pan and into the fire.
It's quite unusual to see a fire spread so quickly, strongly indicated that a manual accelerant was used.
A potential fraudster tries to take an insurance company for a ride.
The claimant presented his claim about 2.5 years after the accident. He still hadn't been to see his GP.
And a fake crash with an online grocery store leaves a bad taste in the fraudsters' mouths.
There's nothing more frustrating for a fraudster than to have an accident with a vehicle that isn't insured.
The fire service attends just over 210,000 fires a year. When a home or business goes up in flames, it can see people's possessions and livelihood disappear in a matter of minutes. Mihir Pandya from Allianz dealt with a claim that saw a family business go up in smoke.
On the day in question, Mr. Hindri told us that he had closed shop at the end of the normal trading day, set the alarm system and travelled to another location about 8 miles away. About 30 minutes later, the first member of public saw the fire breaching the roof and called the fire service.
Within minutes, the first fire engine arrived and firefighters witnessed the extent of the fire.
The officer in charge could see the magnitude of the fire and prevented any firefighters entering the building because there was a danger to life. And at the height of the fire, there were as many as 75 firefighters at the scene. The fire raged throughout the night into the next morning, and the only things left standing were the external masonry walls.
In a matter of hours, several generations of hard work had burnt to the ground. Allianz wasted no time and immediately began investigating.
On arriving at the scene the following morning, our investigators could see Mr. Hindri. He was visibly upset. He expressed his concern for his employees, their futures, and he vowed to get the business back on its feet, and he was going to rebuild it.
One of the first things the investigators did was check the alarm log. What they found fueled their suspicions.
Mr. Hindri had told us at the end of the working day he'd set the alarm system about 5:30 in the evening. On investigating, our forensic investigators told us that whilst the alarm system was set, somebody had entered the building, switched the alarm system off, remained in the building for about 10 minutes, and then set the system again. Now, this would have been only 10 minutes before that first member of public saw the fire reaching through the roof.
For Allianz, there's usually no smoke without fire.
The first indication that there was something amiss was the nature of the fire. In our experience, it's quite unusual to see a fire spread so quickly, and its magnitude strongly indicated that a manual accelerant was set by that unknown person in that short time frame, leading us to believe that this was arson.
Convinced foul play was at hand, Allianz turned up the heat.
We instructed police who undertook their own investigations, and one of the first things they did was to check mobile phone records of Mr. Hindri, and what they discovered that was whilst Mr. Hindri told us he was in a location 8 miles away, this wasn't actually the case, and he was a lot nearer to the property.
With so many inconsistencies in Hindri's version of events, Allianz continued to investigate.
We would check financial records, the financial status, and the financial trading history of the company. It became quickly evident that 2 years prior to the fire, the business was in financial difficulty and was technically insolvent.
With all evidence gathered, there was a lot at stake for Allianz.
Had Mr. Hindri been successful, he would have received in the region of 2.1 million for the loss of the business and the stock.
In June 2014, the case went to trial at Norwich Crown Court.
Whilst we know that the business was in financial difficulty for 2 years prior to the fire, during the trial it emerged that Mr. Hindri had also quite a significant gambling addiction, and that he would often gamble up to £10,000 a day.
A gambling habit like that worked out at over £250,000 a month. Hindri had got his fingers burnt in more ways than one, and his losing streak was about to hit rock bottom. His lies led to his downfall. Hindri was found guilty of fraud and arson and received a 6-year prison sentence.
The actions of Mr. Hindri have not only impacted on his family, who were his business partners, so between them they'd lost a £2.1 million business, but also his long-serving employees, who clearly held Mr. Hindri in very high esteem, and I'm sure would have been very, very disappointed with what happened.
To see a family business turn to ash is heart-wrenching. In the summer of 2011, one business became the centrepiece of the riots in Croydon. Burnt to the ground overnight, furniture store House of Reeves has been in the area for almost 150 years. Maurice Reeves has worked in the family firm for most of his life.
I heard it on the television and I said, no, that can't be our shop. But of course it was, and I saw the name Reeves and I said, this is like a nightmare. And that night, well, I didn't sleep. And then the following morning when I came down here, the devastation was horrendous. Our main building was completely destroyed. The iconic pictures everybody saw on the television haunts me still. They would never be erased from my memory. Well, the cost to us, to me personally, was extreme because I've worked all my life there, and as you can understand that, and emotionally, it was so upsetting that it was very difficult to comprehend.
The company has always been on this site, and the road is named Reeves Corner after the family business.
It survived all these wars, the Depression, Second World War, the First World War, everything. And yet, in 2011, we were destroyed by one person who set light to it, and he's still serving a long prison sentence.
But this doesn't make up for the family's loss.
The stress it gives you after you've had a devastating fire like ours can never be compensated by being paid money by an insurance company because they can't. It's impossible to evaluate.
What Hindley did is unthinkable for Maurice.
Somebody to build a business and then destroy it is really incomprehensible for me. It would be too devastating for my sons, and people who work here have a pride and achievement. We're all fighters, the Reeves family. That's why we're still here.
Still to come, one claimant gets caught with his trousers down.
Actually, it's quite amusing because this gentleman had a lucky habit.
And an insurer calls time on a potential fraudster's claim.
Didn't discover the item was missing until at least 2 hours, and for something as big, chunky and worth nearly £25,000, we found this slightly unusual.
Around 200,000 car accidents occur each year in the UK. Whiplash injuries can be extremely severe, with aches and pains lasting for months. Unsurprisingly, insurance companies see more than their fair share of these types of claims. But some are more unusual than others. Sarah Hill from BLM ended up dealing with one such case.
The accident was quite straightforward. It was a rear-end road traffic accident. The claimant was claiming that he'd suffered neck and back injury, so whiplash injury, and the claim was worth in the region of £15,000.
Whiplash claims are usually brought to insurers' attention not long after the accident. But this claimant was working to a completely different timescale.
Following a road traffic accident, it is usual to see a report of an injury within two weeks to a month after the accident. The claimant presented his claim about 2.5 years after the accident. He still hadn't been to see his GP.
That's right, not 2.5 weeks, not 2.5 months, but 2.5 years. Now, why on earth would someone be looking for compensation so long after the accident? Well, investigations revealed this potential fraudster had been approached by a claims management company.
This was an encouraged attempt to make a claim. The claimant was advised that he could make an injury claim up to 3 years after the accident and therefore decided to make that claim.
Of course, you can't submit a claim without evidence, but luckily for this chap, the claims management company had that covered.
The claimant's legal advisors sent him for a medical report. The allegation was it was so severely impacting upon his hobbies, his daily activities, and actually he even went as far as saying it had impacted upon his work life because he'd had to speak to his line manager about rearranging some of his work schedule to accommodate his symptoms.
So we have a claim for injuries complete with medical report and what sounded like a drastically affected lifestyle. But BLM's client wasn't about to get the checkbook out just yet and decided to do a bit of detective work. And it's just as well they did.
It came as quite a surprise when our intelligence team undertook some social media searches. The claimant, just about 1 month after the accident, had been involved in a 100-kilometre trek, so clearly not displaying any symptoms of injury at that point in time.
And there was plenty more evidence where that came from. So, what's he been up to? 6 miles in a decent time. Phew, you must be in really good shape. 3 peaks in terrible weather. Be careful up there, you might come a cropper. 3 hours on your bike, well, that'll certainly build you up.
About a year after the accident, he was mountain biking without any symptoms yet again.
Long ride after work, cramming it in, eh? 2 days out on your bike, you must be fit as a fiddle. Oh, and you're joining the gym. So let's get this straight. You can't walk, but you can manage a 6-mile trek. You're having difficulty cycling, but you can cope with a pedal-powered day out. And you're having problems with work, but you're okay to jump on your bike after. Okay. And he's only just mentioning this now, 2.5 years after the event. Is it me, or is he pushing it a little? After looking at this, for the insurer, it was a case of on your bike.
We then presented the evidence that we'd achieved in the course of investigations to his legal representatives, and unsurprisingly, the claimant decided not to progress his claim and discontinued his claim.
The claimant obviously thought he'd be pedalling his way to the bank.
The message of this case really is that if you are contacted following a road traffic accident, it is quite right that you are advised that if you are injured, you're entitled to make a claim. But you must ask yourself whether you were actually genuinely injured as a result of the accident.
Crash for cash is becoming a major policing issue. Cars working together to cause deliberate accidents are milking the insurance industry of just over £390 million a year. Crash for cash starts when 1 or 2 cars move in front of the victim. The first car brakes, giving the second car a reason to come to an abrupt halt, causing the victim's car to go into the back of them. The driver of the car that's been hit can then cash in on a hefty insurance payout. Stage accidents like this have become a serious social problem. But it isn't just the insurance companies who are the victims. DCI Angie Rogers heads up the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, one of many forces tackling this dangerous crime.
If people are out there committing insurance fraud on our roads and deliberately crashing into people, there's a risk of serious harm, injury or even death.
With Crash for Cash on the rise, insurers and the police will use everything in their power to bring these criminals to justice. But it isn't just car drivers who are victims of this dangerous crime. Ian Emery is a senior associate at law firm Hill & Dickinson. He represents a number of commercial clients who are sitting ducks when it comes to Crash for Cash.
There are a number of reasons why fraudsters target commercial vehicles. One is that they are larger than a car, for example, and so there's more chance of a collision actually taking place. Another reason is that commercial vehicles will always be insured. There's nothing more frustrating for a fraudster than to have an accident with a vehicle that isn't insured.
Ah yes, don't you just hate it when that happens? You go to all the trouble of staging a Crash for Cash, and then there's no insurance to claim on. This makes business vehicles such as the white van a particular favourite for fake accidents.
With general insurance claims that we look at, the Ford Transit features in approximately 7% of accidents, but when we look at induced accidents, the same vehicle features on approximately 15%, which would suggest that it is being targeted in that type of accident.
But commercial drivers are fighting back. When it comes to any kind of collision, a reliable eyewitness is crucial. So companies like Ocado have armed their vehicles with something that never takes its eyes off the road.
Having cameras installed in commercial vehicles can really assist our clients because the evidence that they get from a camera such as this that films an accident taking place where someone has stopped deliberately can really help defend the claim and can be the silver bullet.
It certainly can, as a trio of Crash for Cash criminals found out when they tried to use an online grocery business as their meal ticket.
This claim involved an Ocado delivery van on the outskirts of London who was driving in heavy traffic and unavoidably hit the car in front. As a result of this accident, there was some minor damage to the front of the Ocado delivery van and some minor damage to the car, to the rear bumper of the car as well.
With over 23,000 traffic collisions on London's roads every year, it sounded pretty plausible. But when Ocado's insurers later received 3 whiplash claims of around £20,000 from the occupants of the car, it was time to check out the footage from the grocery van cam to see exactly what had happened.
Okay, what we can see in this footage is that the delivery van is proceeding in heavy traffic in London. The car in front slows down and speeds up on a number of occasions before finally slamming on next to the bus stop.
Could this just have been a doddery driver? Not according to Ian.
When we review footage and we see that a car speeds up and slows down on a number of occasions before finally stopping suddenly, it suggests that the driver is maybe trying to commit the act of deliberately slamming on, but maybe isn't sure how hard to brake and maybe has to test it a couple of times before finally going through with the manoeuvre.
The onboard camera not only captures the incident, but it's specifically designed to record when the van brakes sharply or there's an impact. This claim was starting to smell decidedly off, so the occupants of the car were asked exactly why they'd been so heavy-handed, or rather footed, with the brakes.
Each of the claimants came back with a description that there was a lady at the bus stop on the left-hand side who was either stepping off or about to step off the curb, which is the reason why they'd stopped suddenly. When we reviewed the footage, we could see that there was no lady at the bus stop, and that's when our concerns were really confirmed that this was an attempt to pursue fraudulent claims against our client.
OK, now I know the footage is a little grainy, but no, I can't see a woman or anyone standing by the bus stop.
It was quite clear to see there was no old lady, there were no other people, there were no children on bikes, there was no reason whatsoever for them to have stopped. There was no one on the pavement at all, and there wasn't even anyone on the other side of the road who was potentially crossing the road either.
The claimant's account of a ghost granny left Ian and his team with no doubt that they were dealing with a classic case of crash for cash. Or were the claimants just trying a supermarket sweep?
I think the fact that they gave a version of events that seemed plausible, there was someone stepping off the curb, they thought that would be a good enough reason to justify why they stopped suddenly. And they clearly weren't aware that they were being videoed by the vehicle behind, and that video would show conclusively that there really wasn't anyone there and there was no reason for them to stop.
Convinced that this was a fraudulent claim, Ian set the wheels of justice in motion.
In this case, once we'd identified the concerns we'd had and we'd reviewed the footage, we passed the matter to the police. They investigated, they arrested the 3 individuals in the vehicle in front.
This claim was definitely past its sell-by date, and you would have thought the fraudsters would have checked out here, but not so.
Even after they were arrested by the police and questioned and shown the footage, they still decided to plead not guilty at the criminal trial, but thankfully the strength of the evidence that we had, including the footage, meant that they were convicted.
All 3 occupants of the car were convicted of fraud, and each received 3 months behind bars.
I suspect that when they reached the decision to pursue this fraudulent claim and to set up the accident, I don't think they ever thought that it would end up with the police knocking on their door and ultimately them spending 3 months in prison.
After trying to defraud the grocery company, justice had been delivered, and Ian's in no doubt as to why the case was so successful.
Without the footage, it would have been a much more difficult case to defend because it would have been the word of the Ocado driver against the 3 occupants in the third-party vehicle. So having the footage really did help us immensely in this case.
And any other fraudsters who think online grocery vans are a sweet treat when it comes to insurance claims are quite frankly off their trolley.
I think fraudsters see this kind of accident as easy money relative to other areas of crime, and also I think they see it as relatively low risk, but I think this case is a good example of where it's not easy money and it's not low risk and it can have some quite serious consequences, including, in this case, a custodial sentence.
Some people like a flutter on the horses or a game of cards. Crossing your fingers or knocking on wood are just some of the things we do for luck. Some of us even have lucky rituals. However, when a case involving a superstitious gambler landed on John Beadle's desk at RSA, it raised a smile or two.
Actually, it's quite amusing because this gentleman had a lucky habit where he pressed the button on the machine and then walked backwards, watching the machine while it played, and he'd repeat this several times.
Let's have a look at this lucky ritual. Here we go. So it's a few steps back, throw your hand behind your back, a little shimmy round the stool, and here we go again. A few steps back, bit of a quick lunge and swing your leg out to the left. Well, that works for me. But this prancing punter's lucky moves turned out to be his downfall.
He claimed he was sitting on a stool and the stool spun round, causing him to fall to the floor and sustained an injury of a deep laceration above the knee. And the claim was for in excess of £13,000.
13 grand is a windfall for any gambler, and unsurprisingly, this fella thought he was going to be quids in. But what he didn't bank on were the CCTV cameras that captured the truth. Oof, what a fall. But I think his luck might have just ran out.
Well, we became suspicious very early on when they reviewed the CCTV, and it showed that the claimant actually didn't fall off the stool that he alleged he had.
Now, there's no disputing that this fella has had a nasty fall. But it doesn't look like he has any intention of getting up. In fact, he's really milking it. It's been nearly 2 minutes and he's still on the floor. What on earth is he waiting for? Ah, there you go, a knight in shining armour. And as luck would have it, a potential witness. On your feet, son. Oh, there he goes again. Never mind the stool, this chap's acting like he's been hit by a bus. Now, I've seen some overacting in my time, but this really takes the biscuit. Hey, what's he doing? Trousers are coming down now. No one wants to see that. You just take 5, mate. But despite his ordeal, our unlucky gambler still managed to check if he's hit the jackpot. Trousers on and back on his feet, it's back to business. But as far as RSA was concerned, all bets were off.
He said that the stool was faulty, and of course the CCTV showed that he wasn't sitting on it at all. The injury is caused really by his own stupidity. And it's one of those cases where an accident is an accident, and there is really no blame or liability on anybody apart from himself and his rather peculiar betting habit.
So to anyone out there who thinks they can cheat the system, remember that the house always wins, no matter how much of a song and a dance you make out of it. Notting Hill Carnival. Every August bank holiday, London comes alive with the vibrant sounds and colourful costumes of one of the largest festivals in Europe. With an estimated 1 million carnival partygoers, it's an ideal opportunity for a thief to strike. Insurers TH March & Co. dealt with one claimant who lost more than he bargained for.
We were notified by our customer that he had unfortunately lost his gents 18-carat Rolex Daytona gold watch, which was as a result of a scuffle which took place at the Notting Hill Carnival in August 2014.
And this particular gold watch was worth a bob or two.
£25,000 by most people's standards is a lot of money to spend on a watch, and in fact it's probably worth more than most people spend on their car.
It wasn't just the value of the watch that caught the insurer's eye.
What we found particularly unusual about this loss was that it wasn't discovered until 2 hours after the alleged assault, scuffle, mugging took place. I don't know about you, but if I was actually assaulted or bumped into the street, the first thing I'd do is check my possessions. In this particular case, the gentleman concerned didn't discover the item was missing until at least 2 hours, and for something as big, chunky and worth nearly £25,000, we found this slightly unusual.
But for the insurer, there was still one missing link.
the customer didn't report the loss to the police until the following day, I'd want to talk to a policeman straight away and get something reported straight away in case they can actually find it, or maybe find somebody and apprehend them who may have taken it.
Thankfully, all wasn't lost for the claimant.
The insurer was able to produce the original Rolex box together with all the paperwork to go with that. This is a good point and something we would expect for any particular claim.
The insurer continued with their inquiries, but the claimant's responses just didn't ring true.
What we found slightly unusual was the watch was purchased from the friend of a friend. Whilst he could remember the first name of the person from whom it was bought, he couldn't produce any of the contact details, including phone number, email, or even an address. What we found slightly more unusual was that the person who he purchased the watch from apparently provided him with a receipt which he could not find at the time of the claim.
It was all looking a bit suspect, but then there was a killer blow.
The thing that really blew this claim out of the water was the fact on further questioning he disclosed that he had a previous criminal conviction. This meant, by not disclosing a conviction, that the policy would be treated as null and void by the insurers and no claim could be proceeded with. And as a result of this, they were willing, in this particular case, to give him a refund of premium.
Remember, the insurer always keeps a watchful eye over all claims.
If you're not 100% truthful at the time of taking out the policy, you run a real risk of not having any future claim met, and you could be substantially out of pocket as a result of that.